The business of jewelry isn't about design. It's about design thinking. Before the hands that craft it are the minds that conceive it. It isn't about playing to the whims of a woman, but about meeting the demands of hard-nosed men. It's not about designing exquisite pieces for the evolving customer, but about designing an evolved customer experience. It's not how two stones talk to each other, but how well business partners understand each other. It's where the skill of creating one unique masterpiece meets the ability to deliver a million. It goes beyond the mastery of hand and eye to the precision of cutting-edge technology. Jewelry today isn't about clinging to the past, but drawing inspiration from it and creating for the future. No one understands this better than India. India, the world's gem and jewelry destination.
Every masterpiece has a story, and the India International Jewelry Show is no exception. A journey that began with 25 booths in 1985 at the Taj Mahal Hotel, Mumbai, today has one of the most influential jewelry trade fairs in the world. This is the story of iijjs, a journey of brilliance, innovation and legacy.
Originally, we started iijjs with one show only, which was like 2 months before Diwali. But we also figured out that there is not just one Diwali as a season. There is something like marriage season, and the second largest season for jewelry buying is Akshaya Tritiya. So we started a show sometime in early February, and then we thought of Tritiya, so pre-Diwali, pre-wedding season and pre-Akshaya Tritiya season.
Back then, it was a bold step. Who could have imagined that such a small, niche, curated show with 100 exhibitors could grow into one of Asia's largest show? What started off as a mission to elevate Indian jewelry design has become a movement that positions India to the forefront of global jewelry.
As the years went by, iijjs grew in size and stature. Each edition brought new milestones, bigger exhibitors. For the first time in 2001, iijjs was held as a B2B show with 400 stalls.
And it was earlier B2C and B2B combined for about 15-20 years. But when we turned the table in 2000, that let us do it B2B, because B2C and B2B combined was not giving the desired result. So when we turned it into B2B, then it showed a little bit of desired result in the first year itself. To promote it and to convince people, we had to travel a lot at that length and breadth of the industry. And because of continuous efforts, this iijjs has become so successful. And because the iijjs was so successful and people were participating more and more, we had to take the second show also as iijjs Signature, which we started in Goa and then we shifted to Mumbai. So now the two shows, iijjs and iijjs Signatures, have been a success story of the council to a great extent.
Today, iijjs has grown into a show that features 2,100 plus exhibitors, 3,600 plus stalls, 50,000 plus trade visitors, buyers from 800 plus cities in India, international buyers from 60 plus countries.
iijjs is not just an exhibition. It's a movement that has been driving business growth for the entire gem and jewelry industry in India and world.
iijjs is an absolute marvel in the gem and jewelry sector, showcasing logistics, excellence through its well-organized structure and comprehensive offerings. iijjs is a show built on rock-solid foundation where people converge, connect, collaborate, where they can do business at their own ease, at their own choosing, at their own bidding, and shape the future of the gem and jewelry industry.
In its latest editions, iijjs has embraced the future. Sustainability, digital transformations, and a focus on design innovation are now at the heart of the event.
iijjs continues to fine-tune its legacy as the premier platform for the gems and jewelry industry, blending India's rich cultural heritage with modern innovation and sustainability. The Brilliant Bharat theme celebrates our diversity, merging traditions with contemporary designs. Initiatives like the expanded Select Club spotlights top luxury brands, while One Earth highlights sustainability through lakhs of trees planted to reduce carbon footprint. Programs like 40 Under 40 empower young leaders, and Innovate Talks offer transformative industry insights.
iijjs showcases India's incredible potential and innovation.
Hello and a very good morning, all of you, ladies and gentlemen. We are honored to have our dignitaries who have already arrived, and we would now request all of you to kindly take your seats. Can I have some volume in the mic, please? Ladies and gentlemen, we are absolutely ready to start, and I would request each one of you to kindly take your seats. I would also request our dignitaries to kindly join us on the dais. People are getting up right in front of my face, so abhi to nahi, let them sit. Okay. Because there was no point. Okay. Yeah, but she told me that A very good morning, all of you. Those who are still not seated, I would request you to kindly take your seats. A very good morning, all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to the 18th edition of iijjs Bharat Signature 2026. I am your host, Anurima, and I heartily welcome you to this beautiful morning where we are celebrating confidence. Well, I will start off with this wonderful quote. Wear a fabulous smile and a great piece of jewelry, and you could be in total and utter control of everything. I'm not saying that. That's a famous quotation by Versace. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you think of it deeply, a piece of jewelry has never been about just adornment. It has been much more. It has been about confidence, power, prosperity, influence, and more importantly, global identity. From the royal courts to the modern boardrooms, the jewelry, the piece of jewelry that you wear often shows the power that you hold. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, that is the exact thought that brings us all here together. It is again my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the 18th edition of iijjs Bharat Signature 2026, organized by the Gem and Jewelry Export Promotion Council, the apex body of India's gem and jewelry industry, supported by the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. iijjs Bharat Signature 2026 is being hosted across two of Mumbai's most premium locations. One of them is right here, the Geo World Convention Center, where we are sitting from the 8th to the 11th of January 2026, and the other is the Bombay Exhibition Center from 9th to 12th of January 2026, alongside iijjme Bharat Signature 2026, the machinery and technology showcase that powers the future of the industry. Together, these venues transform Mumbai into a global command center of gems, diamonds, gold, jewelry manufacturing. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, and this is very interesting, this year iijjs Bharat brings together over 1,600 exhibitors across 3,300 plus stalls, spread over 1.25 lakh square meters, and welcomes more than 25,000 trade buyers, including 14,000 international buyers from more than 40 countries. And that deserves a huger round of applause. That scale, ladies and gentlemen, is not just impressive, it is definitely a statement of global leadership. This event, ladies and gentlemen, aims to unite the entire global gem and jewelry community under one roof. With a diverse array of exhibitors and industry leaders, this 18th edition promises to be a remarkable convergence of innovation, networking, and business opportunities. So, without further ado, I would now request our dignitaries on dais to kindly proceed towards the auspicious lamp lightings. I would first request our chief guest, Ms. Sondrin Concealer, CEO, De Beers Brands and Chairman, Natural Diamond Council. Please welcome her with a round of applause. Our guest of honor, Ms. Harsha Bangari, Managing Director, Exim Bank. Shri Shauman Bhaumik, Managing Director, Carrot Lane. Shri Kirit Bansali, Chairman, GJEPC. Shri Shaunak Parekh, Vice Chairman and Convener, National Exhibitions, GJEPC. Ms. Khushbu Ranawat, Regional Chairman, Western Region, GJEPC. Mr. Anil Virani, Convener, Accounts and Finance. Shri Neerav Bansali, Co-Convener, National Exhibitions, GJEPC. Shri Sabyasachi Ray, Executive Director, GJEPC. I would request all of you to kindly do the auspicious lamp lighting and mark the beginning of a wonderful day and a wonderful exhibition which brings the whole gem and jewelry industry together under one roof. Thank you, dignitaries. May I now invite Shri Kirit Bansali, Chairman, GJEPC, to address the gathering and set the context of iijjs Bharat Signature 2026, the 18th edition. Welcome, sir.
Ms. Sandrine Consular, CEO, DBS Group, Ms. Harsha Mangari, Managing Director, Exim Bank, Mr. Somen Bhumik, Managing Director, Caratlan, Mr. Sonath Parikh, Executive Director, Vice Chairman, GJPC, Sabyasachi Ray, Executive Director, GJPC, members of the COA, exhibitors, buyers, friends from the trade, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It is always a pleasure to welcome our industry colleagues, partners and friends to Mumbai for iijjs Bharat Signature, the industry's first global gathering of the year, where market sentiment is tested and the roadmap for the months ahead begins to unfold. We are privileged to have with us Ms. Sandrine Consular, Ms. Harsha Mangari and Mr. Somen Bhumik. Together you bring brands leadership, financial strength, and retail innovation to one platform, and your presence truly adds great value to this occasion. I would like to convey my sincere appreciation to Exim Bank of India under the leadership of Ms. Harsha Mangari and Ms. Deepali Agrawal, Deputy Managing Director of their valuable partnership with GJPC, and bringing out the report, Making Gems and Jewelry Cluster Exportable, which is being unveiled today here. I also extend my special thanks to Ms. Rupa Datta, former Trade Advisor to Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and the entire Exim Bank GJPC teams whose dedicated efforts have gone into shaping this comprehensive and insightful study after discussion with various associations of gem and jewelry sector. Special thanks to associates for facilitating meeting which strengthen our sector collectively. Friends, every new brings with it fresh beginnings, new expectation, new questions, and renewed optimism. And 2026 is a particularly significant year for the Indian gem and jewelry industry. It is a year where India steps forward with confidence on global stage at the chair of Kimberley process for the third time. This reflects the trust of the world places in India's leadership, credibility and commitment to responsible trade. This emphasis on trust and transparency is also reflected at home. The Bureau of Indian Standards under the Ministry of Consumer Affairs has recently introduced clear and globally aligned diamond terminology, bringing much-needed clarity across both natural and lab-grown diamonds. By introducing uniform and accurate disclosure, the industry is building consumer confidence and enabling Indian buyers to make informed purchasing decisions. Building on this strong foundation of trust, India is expanding its global market accesses. Free trade agreements with the UAE, Australia, EFTA countries, the UK, and more recently Oman and New Zealand are improving competitive by reducing duties and easing trade barriers. From our sources, we have learned that FTA with the UAE is on the verge of finalization and will add significant value to our sector. We must also remember that the USA remains our largest market, and negotiations with them are ongoing. I am confident the Government of India will continue to safeguard both our industry and the interests of our country. With the Government of India currently negotiating 14 FTAs, we are confident that upcoming agreements will open new markets and place Indian exporters in a stronger position to reach new markets and compete globally on quality, value, and trust. As a result, the Indian gem and jewelry sector today is no longer dependent on few traditional markets. With improved access, market development has emerged in one of the most important shifts for our industry. Indian exporters are making efforts to reduce dependence on limited set of destinations and are steadily expanding their presence in Latin America, South Asia, and the Middle East. Supported by stronger buyer relationship and better market access, this approach is helping build a more balanced, resilient, and future-ready export base. At the same time, Indian jewelry retail is expanding beyond our borders. Indian retailers, our brands are building a growing presence in key overseas markets as the UK, the US, and the Middle East. Strengthening brand India and deepening consumer trust globally. This evolution reflects growing confidence in Indian design, craftsmanship, and reliability. The role of the GJBC today goes beyond facilitating trade. It is about driving demand at the category level. In India, the Council is running focus program in partnership with De Beers, while in China with Chai Fook, and we're doing collaboration with World Gold Council too. At the same time, our continued association with World Gold Council is also increasing consumer awareness and confidence in gold jewelry. While gold market are important, India's domestic jewelry market remain a strong pillar of growth. Valued around $85 billion today, it is projected to grow $245 billion by 2035. This expanding domestic demand provides a solid anchor for the industry and builds confidence even during periods of global uncertainty. Whether it is export or domestic markets, this progress is backed by timely and focused government support. At a difficult global moment, the Government of India has taken meaningful steps to strengthen the exports ecosystem, declaring gems and jewelry as a priority sector under export promotion mission, extending market access support, and supporting measures by the Reserve Bank of India to ease cash flow pressure are making a real difference, especially for MSMEs, which are the backbone of our industry. At the state level, the Maharashtra Gems and Jewelry Policy 2025 deserves a special mention. I take this opportunity to thank our Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Devendra Fadnavis, for this landmark initiative, the first of its kind by any state, which provides a strong framework to support manufacturing, exports, skills, and investment. I would also like to thank him for allocation submission place of a land for the jewelry park near the airport of Navi Mumbai. Friends, the year 2025 was not an easy one. Global demand was uneven. US tariff-related pressure affected trade flows. Consumer sentiment changed, and overall condition remained very uncertain. What stood out, however, was the industry's response, marked by clear thinking, quick agility, and resilience. Exports during April to November 2025 stood at around $19 billion, registering marginal growth over the same period last year. While the growth was modest, it sent a strong and positive message. The industry held its ground, adapted to change, and stayed stayed the course. As we look ahead, I firmly believe that 2026 will be a defining year for the Indian gem and jewelry industry, shaped by global leadership, expanding markets, supportive policy, and renewed confidence. iijjs Bharat Signature 2026 comes at exactly the right time. At the first major show of the calendar year, it offers a platform to gauge market sentiment, renew confidence, and set direction for the months ahead. I am confident that the next few days will be productive, insightful, and commercially rewarding for all of you. On this note, I wish you all a very happy new year, and I wish each one of you a successful, inspiring, and business-filled iijjs Bharat Signature 2026. Thank you, and have a wonderful show.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Shri Kirit Bansali, Chairman GJEPC, to kindly felicitate our Honorable Chief Guest, Ms. Sandrine Kanzler, CEO, De Beers Brands. I will now request Sri Shaunak Parekh, Vice Chairman GJEPC, to felicitate our guests of honor, Ms. Harsha Bangari, Managing Director, Exim Bank. I will now request Shri Sabyasachi Ray, ED, GJEPC, to kindly felicitate Shri Shauman Bhaumik, Managing Director, Carrot Lane. The 18th edition of iijjs Bharat Signature 2026. To give a comprehensive overview of that, I would now request Shri Shaunak Parekh, Vice Chairman and Convener, National Exhibitions GJEPC, to kindly address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. Ms. Sandrine Kanzler, CEO, De Beers Brands and Chairman NDC. Ms. Harsha Bangari, Managing Director, Exim Bank. Mr. Shauman Bhaumik, Managing Director, Carrot Lane. Mr. Kirit Bansali, Chairman, GJEPC. Mr. Nirav Bansali, Co-Convener, National Exhibition. Mr. Sabyasachi Ray, ED, GJEPC. Members of COA, exhibitors, buyers, colleagues from the trade, members of media, ladies and gentlemen. Morning. iijjs Bharat Signature occupies a truly special place in the industry's calendar, embodying India's commanding presence in the global gems and jewelry landscape. We stand as the undisputed world leader in cut and polished diamonds, a powerhouse in colored gemstones, a rapidly rising hub for studded jewelry, the foremost manufacturer of lab-grown diamonds, and now the second largest consumer of jewelry worldwide. This unparalleled position, bridging manufacturing, design, innovation, and consumption positions us at the heart of global industry. iijjs Bharat Signature kicks off the Global Jewelry Trade Fair calendar as a premium platform from where the world turns to India for insights into the year ahead. We've crafted it to drive genuine business growth throughout the industry. This year, the scale and diversity of participation reflects that confidence. iijjs Bharat Signature 2026 brings together over 1,600 exhibitors across 3,300 plus stalls, spread across 1.25 lakh square meter, and welcomes more than 25,000 trade buyers from over 800 cities in India. Importantly, we are hosting 1,500 international buyers from 40 countries, supported by 12 international buyer delegations, reinforcing iijjs as a truly global sourcing destination. International participation continues to grow steadily. This edition features 21 international jewelry companies with 43 stalls from USA, UAE, Hong Kong, Japan, Thailand, Turkey, and Germany, along with several machinery and allied companies across 7 stalls. Another strong indicator of momentum is the participation of 368 new companies occupying 472 stalls. New entrants bring fresh energy, new ideas and innovation, and their presence tells us that businesses are optimistic and ready to grow. While scale is important, iijjs Bharat Signature is also about identity and values. This year's Brilliant Bharat, Art Forms of India theme is especially close to our hearts. I would strongly encourage every visitor to spend some time at the Crafts Pavilion at BEC. What you will see there is not just jewelry, but living heritage. Master craftsmen, national award winners, and GI tag traditions being demonstrated live. It is a reminder that India's greatest strength lies in its craftsmanship, and our responsibility is to ensure these skills remain relevant, respected, and economically viable. Looking ahead, one of the most important initiatives we are unveiling at this edition is Jewel Start. Jewel Start is not just another program. It is a game changer for our industry. It's a dedicated incubation platform designed to support startups, MSMEs, designers, artisans, and entrepreneurs with mentorship, infrastructure, technology, prototyping, and access to markets and investors. Jewel Start is about building the next generation of jewelry enterprises and firmly positioning India as the jewelers to the world. We have also invested strongly in knowledge and future readiness. Through Innovate Talks and symposiums, we are addressing critical issues from the future of natural diamonds and free trade agreements to lab-grown diamond technology, ease of doing business, and the growing role of artificial intelligence in jewelry manufacturing and retail. These conversations are essential for businesses to adapt, evolve, and stay competitive. Equally important is how responsibly we grow. Under GJEPC's One Earth initiative, sustainability is now embedded into how we conduct our exhibitions. At this edition, we are eliminating over 6 lakh single-use plastic water bottles at BEC venue, along with continued use of renewable energy, minimal waste booth systems, and the discontinuation of vinyl printing. Finally, we are focused strongly on experience and efficiency. From Prime Plus lounges, seamless digital entry, and the iijjs app with a 3D interactive floor plan, to shuttle services, accommodation support, advanced exhibitor research, search, and inquiry features, everything is designed for participants to focus on what truly matters, business. Friends, iijjs Bharat Signature 2026 is where the industry begins its year with confidence, clarity, and connection. I wish all the exhibitors and buyers a productive and successful show and a great 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for outlining the many features that make this edition truly special. Now, ladies and gentlemen, on this auspicious note, we will request our esteemed dignitaries on the dais to kindly join us for the release of the iijjs Bharat Signature Visitors Guide, which will serve as a handy reference for buyers and visitors during the show. And that definitely calls for a round of applause, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. May I now request our dignitaries on dais to join us for the release of the Solitaire International iijjs Bharat Signature Special Edition. With a legacy spanning nearly 4 decades, Solitaire International is India's premier B2B gem and jewelry magazine, having seamlessly transitioned from print to digital. Solitaire delivers in-depth coverage and analysis of global industry trends and events, offering insights into India's diamond and colored gemstone processing, jewelry production, and the evolving retail landscape. Solitaire International remains the trusted voice of the organized jewelry sector worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for the unveiling of Making Gems and Jewelry Cluster Exportable Report. A very important report for the gem and jewelry industry. Along with the dignitaries on dais, I also invite Ms. Dipali Agarwal, Deputy Managing Director, Exim Bank of India, Ms. Rupa Datta, former Trade Advisor, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. I would request both of you to kindly join us on stage for the unveiling of the report, Making Gems and Jewelry Clusters Exportable. We also invite you, ladies and gentlemen, to watch a short audiovisual representation that captures the vision, intent, and significance of the report, Making Gems and Jewelry Clusters Exportable, a collaborative initiative of GJEPC and Exim Bank of India. Can we please have the audio visual, please?
Gems and jewellery sector ranks 9th in India's merchandise exports, contributing 7% of India's exports in 2024-25. The sector's key strength lies in its clusters that integrate manufacturers, artisans, traders, and service providers. Recognizing this, Exim Bank and GJEPC conducted a study on making gems and jewellery clusters exportable, benchmarking 17 high-potential clusters. Among the clusters, Mumbai Suburban emerged as the top performer, with Surat, Mumbai, Kolkata, and Jaipur as frontrunners. To unlock the sector's full potential, the study recommends actionable strategies. These include diversifying exports into high-value products such as diamond-studded jewelry, lightweight gold, luxury smart jewelry, imitation jewelry, synthetic gemstones, astrology-inspired jewelry, and cultured pearls. Tapping unrealized export potential of $38 billion by targeting emerging markets like Vietnam, Thailand, Botswana, Russia, Sri Lanka, and developed economies like Singapore and the EU. Bolstering policy support by extending state-level support such as capital subsidies, SGST reimbursements, streamlined clearances, etc. Introducing design-led incentive schemes. Strengthening infrastructure by adopting a hub and spoke model for common facility centers. Strengthening SEZs in Cochin and Chennai and expanding SEZs in Surat and Jaipur. Improving international flight connectivity for clusters like Agra and Thrissur. Addressing customs bottlenecks such as limited airside access for custodians in Jaipur, inadequate appraisal facilities in Ahmedabad, Rajkot, and lack of risk-based sampling. Strengthening marketing and branding by leveraging existing GI tags and seeking new GI tags for potential products. Boosting e-commerce exports through dedicated hubs and simplified returns. Recognizing sales to foreign tourists as exports. Bridging technology gaps through a dedicated technology upgradation fund and enhanced industry-academia collaborations for R&D. Bridging skill gaps by setting up recognized training centers, promoting apprenticeships, and creating a digital skill registry for artisans. Improving raw material access through designated banks for supply of duty-free gold in small denominations. Improving access to colored gemstones by easing customs procedures. Creating awareness of CGTMSE and promoting export factoring and supply chain finance for MSMEs. With exports projected to reach $75 billion by 2030, a cluster-focused approach addressing policy, infrastructure, technology and finance gaps is key to unlocking this potential.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Miss Harsha Bangari, Managing Director of Exim Bank of India. Ms. Bangari brings with her over 3 decades of experience in the financial sector, having joined Exim Bank in 1995 and previously serving as its Deputy Managing Director and CFO. A seasoned finance professional and a CA, she has extensive expertise in international project finance, risk management, treasury operations, and cross-border financing. Her leadership continues to play a vital role in strengthening India's export ecosystem. To share insight on the Making Gems and Jewelry Clusters Exportable report, may I now invite Ms. Harsha Bangari, Managing Director, Exim Bank of India, to address the gathering. Welcome, ma'am.
Ms. Sandrine Conseiller, CEO, DBS Brands. Shri Soumen Bhaumik, Managing Director, Carrot Lane. Shri Kirit Bansali, Chairman, Gems and Jewelry Export Promotion Council. Shri Shaunak Parekh, Vice Chairman and Convener, National Exhibitions, GJEPC. Shri Sabyasachi Ray, Executive Director, GJEPC. Srimati Rupa Datta, former Principal Economic Advisor, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a very, very good morning to all of you. It is a pleasure to join you today at the India International Jewelry Show, Signature 2026. Gems and jewelry is a traditional and dynamic sector with significant contribution to India's economic output. exports, and employment. The sector also provides employment to over 50 lakh individuals across the country, including artisans, manufacturers, traders, and exporters. The sector holds immense significance for the external sector as well. India's gems and jewelry exports were valued at nearly $30 billion during 24-25, accounting to around 7% of merchandise exports. India remains a net importer of gems and jewelry, with imports valued at nearly $89 billion during the same year, which also signifies the dependence of India on imports of raw materials. The sector is increasingly exploring indigenous manufacturing of lab-grown diamonds, usage of recycled gold, and utilization of advanced machineries, among other initiatives for reducing its dependence on imports. In terms of the joint study which was conducted by Exim Bank and GAG EPC, a unique strength of the gems and jewelry sector lies in its vibrant clusters, which function as integrated ecosystems and bring together various stakeholders. These clusters exhibit remarkable diversity with distinct specialization, strengths, challenges, and opportunities. Against this backdrop, Exim Bank and GJEPC have undertaken a comprehensive study titled Making Gems and Jewelry Clusters Exportable. The first of its kind study in the gems and jewelry sector identified 17 district-level clusters with high export potential and benchmarked these clusters across 9 pillars. These pillars include enabling policies, infrastructure, marketing and branding, fiscal incentives, institutional support, technology gap, skill gap, access to raw materials, and access to finance. As a part of this study, teams from Exim Bank and GJEPC visited various clusters across India to conduct an in-depth assessment of their strengths, challenges, and growth opportunities. The findings of the study indicate a continued reliance on handmade craftsmanship in many of these clusters, underscoring the need for greater mechanization. The study also highlights the need for focusing on trade-enabling infrastructure, reducing custom bottlenecks, branding and marketing, improving access to raw material, and creating awareness about financial products. We hope that this study will serve as a valuable reference for policymakers, industry stakeholders, and academic institutions, and guide the efforts towards strengthening India's position in gems and jewelry exports. As a conclusion, looking ahead, the gems and jewelry sector holds immense potential, with export volumes expected to reach $75 billion by 2030. Adopting a cluster-focused approach for addressing gaps in policy, infrastructure, technology, and finance can also help achieve this ambitious target. Thank you, and wishing you all a very successful event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, as a part of the brilliant Bharat Art Forms of India theme, iijjs Bharat Signature 2026 also celebrates the Jewelry Crafts Design Competition. The competition was conducted among participating exhibitors and encouraged designers to reinterpret traditional Indian jewelry art forms into modern, wearable designs. This year, participants created jewelry inspired by 5 iconic Indian crafts: filigree, Banarasi Minakari, Navaratna, Theva, and Nakashi. The entries were evaluated by distinguished jury, whom we are delighted to have with us today. And we thank them for their time, expertise, and thoughtful evaluation. Ladies and gentlemen, I will request our jury members present here to kindly stand so we may acknowledge them with a round of applause. Ms. Meenal Choksi, Head of Design, Jewels by Moksh. Mr. Anish H. Kumar, Head, New Product Development Design, Indriya Aditya Birla Jewelry. And Mr. Raminder Singh, AVP and Design Head, Queen. So we would request all three of you to kindly come in front of the dais as requested by our guests on the dais, so that all of us can have a look at our judges. After careful evaluation, the winners have been selected for their creativity, craftsmanship, and, most importantly, contemporary interpretation of traditional art forms. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite our chief guest, Ms. Sondrin Consailier, CEO, De Beers Brands, Shri Kirit Bansali, Chairman, GJEPC, along with our dignitaries, to felicitate the winners of the Jewelry Crafts Design Competition. Felicitation of the Jewelry Crafts Design Competition and the winners. Here we go. The first category is filigree. There are 2 prizes, a first prize, a second prize, and definitely there is a jury's choice. For filigree category, ladies and gentlemen, the first prize goes to Emerald Jewel Industry India Limited, Coimbatore. Can I have a volume in the mic? The second prize goes to Gold Artisan Mumbai. And ladies and gentlemen, the Jury Choice Award goes to Radiant Jewel Mumbai. Do we have the winner with us right here? Yes. We really wish we could see the designs right here, but it is time that we felicitate our winners first. Ladies and gentlemen, what a good news. All these lovely designs are displayed right outside the hall. And to all our members who have stood up, I would request you to kindly take your seats as we move on to the next category, which is Nakashi. And the first prize in this category, Nakashi, goes to Mamraz Musaddil Jewelers, Hyderabad. I would request our friends, if you could take your seats. Our audience at the back can hardly see the stage. The second prize, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Mehta Gold Private Limited, Mangaluru. Ladies and gentlemen, the next category that I'm going to announce, is my personal favorite in the category of designs, which is the Banarasi Meenakari. And the first prize in this category goes to Shri Jairia Ahmedabad. Woohoo! The second prize, ladies and gentlemen, in this category goes to Dharma Jewel Surat. They're not here with us, so we shall definitely convey our congratulations to them. And moving on, now is the category Navaratna, a favorite to many of us. And the first prize in this category goes to Charu Jewel Surat. The second prize, ladies and gentlemen, goes to our very own jewelers from Mumbai, Akar Jewels. Well, on that note, congratulations to all our wonderful winners for their hard work, innovation, spirit, and design. Thank you, dignitaries. You can take your seats. Their creations are also to be displayed at the brilliant Bharat Theme Gallery across both venues. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to hear a very, very dynamic voice. And it is my privilege to invite a distinguished industry leader, Mr. Shauman Bhaumik. He is the Managing Director of Carrot Lane, a position he assumed in 2024. Prior to this, he served as the CEO of Titan Eye Plus and has held key leadership roles across Titan Company's jewelry, watches, retail, and supply chain business. An NIT Trichy alumnus in electrical and electronics engineering, Mr. Bhaumik brings deep experience across retail, manufacturing, and consumer-led growth. May I now invite Mr. Shauman Bhaumik, MD, Carrot Lane, to address the gathering. Can I please welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody? Thank you.
Good morning. I'm audible? Okay. All the dignitaries, my fellow industry captains, it's truly an honor to be a part of this 18th edition of iijjs Bharat Signature 2026. I only have to thank Mr. Kirit Bansali ji and Nirav Bansali ji for me to be part of this event. So thank you both. Since its inception over the past 6 decades, GJAPC has been playing an instrumental role in shaping, driving, promoting Indian gem and jewelry industry towards global leadership. To me, iijjs has been the most impactful manifestation of this effort. Over the years, iijjs has become the single largest platform to bring the whole industry in India together periodically with primary focus on product innovation while simultaneously showcasing the technological advancements that is happening around the technological side, more specifically manufacturing and allied services. Slowly but surely, iijjs has grown in its stature, and today it is the largest trade show in Asia and one of the largest in the world. Therefore, the Council the governing body of the iijjs deserve all the praises, all the appreciations for their sustained effort in this direction to move the industry forward. A huge thundering round of applause is the least all of us can do to actually appreciate and acknowledge their effort over the years. Thank you. If I recall, around 2000, 2001, Indian jewelry market size was estimated to be about 50,000 crore. I remember this, that's when, Tanishq's journey in a way kind of began, and we had McKinsey working with us. So, some numbers get printed in your head. So that industry of 50,000 crore galloped to 800,000 crore plus in the intervening 25 years, which is roughly about 90 billion US dollar. And as the industry grows, quite naturally, every single stakeholder has prospered, and I can vouch for it because I have seen the evolution of the Tanishq ecosystem from a very, very close quarter. That said, I think one stakeholder perhaps did not get their dues. Here I'm referring to the community of artisans, karigars. There are about 5 million serving the industry, and with the anticipated growth rate, India is supposed to be $130+ billion by 2030, which is not too far in the future. We are going to require about 8 million pairs of skilled hands. If today many Karigar sons are kind of embarrassed about their father's profession, say because of dignity, pride, or even security, I think it won't just be a sad day for the industry, a thriving industry like our jewelry business, but it could also spin us into a bit of a skill crisis, which is the last thing that we would require if our real ambition is to become global leader. Therefore, it is not for any charitable reason, but more to do with, I would say, a business prudence to sort of make this stakeholder an important industry level priority, which is when the transformational things can begin to happen. And there is no downside. There is only win-win possible here. And we can actually borrow a leaf of inspiration from the Swiss watch industry. Look at the way the watchmakers are celebrated and valued there. And as a result, what they have accomplished. Not only they have weathered the single largest tsunami that watch industry has ever seen in the form of wearable, they just got better, smarter, and stronger than ever before. So that's something I'm leaving here for all of us to think, and specifically for council to sort of consider. In the meanwhile, Titan Company and its brands, whether it is Tanishq or CaratLane, will continue to do what we are committed to. And I wish iijjs 2026 the very best, the grandest ever. And I would end with a quote from our last managing director, Mr. Venkatraman, who was part of the iijjs felicitation last year during August. At a time when the world was quite enamored with Jim Collins, rightly so, good to great, he used to say, being good is just not good for heart and soul. It's good, very good, in fact, great for business. So therefore, being good is great. 40 years of Titan Company's journey is a living testament of that spirit. Thank you so very much, and wishing you a fantastic, fantastic show. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my absolute privilege to introduce our chief guest, Miss Sandrine Concealier, CEO, Brands and Diamond Desirability at De Beers. She took on this role in December 2023, bringing with her deep global leadership experience across some of the world's most respected consumer brands. Prior to De Beers, Ms. Concealier had held senior leadership roles at the Moss Frau Brands Group, including as CEO of Isle and earlier at Lacoste. Before that, she spent nearly 2 decades with Unilever, working across marketing, general management, and leadership roles in multiple geographies. Ladies and gentlemen, she holds a master degree from Neoma Business School, is an alumna of Sciences Pro Paris, and an INSEAD International Directors Program graduate, and has been honored by the French Republic for her contributions to business and sustainability. Please put your hands together once again as I call upon our chief guest, Ms. Sandrine Conseiller.
Thank you for this beautiful introduction. Now you know everything about me. During my 20 years in Unilever, actually, I spent 2 years here in Mumbai, in Colaba. So I know a little bit of this country, and I'm always super happy to come back. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, distinguished guests, member of the GJPC, industry leaders, partner, and colleagues from all around the globe. It is a privilege to stand here at iijjs Signature, an event that represents not just scale, but confidence, as we were discussing earlier this morning. Confidence in this industry, confidence in India, and confidence in the future we are building together. The gem and jewelry industry, has endured for centuries, and it's for one simple reason. It does not fear change. It understands it, it adapts to it, it uses to move forward. Consumers are changing. Markets are evolving, technology is moving. I'm not even talking about geopolitics. But one fundamental truth remains unchanged. The human desire to mark life, most important moment, by something that is beautiful and meaningful. Today's consumer is informed, discerning, intentional. They understand materials, they understand price, especially in this country, provenance and meaning. This is not a challenge for our industry. It is powerful. It is an opportunity because informed choice builds confidence. And confidence builds trust. So there is no more relevant place to discuss the future of our jewelry industry than here in India. India is where the world diamond started, long before BC, over 2,500 years ago. Today, it is where the next chapter of the industry is being written. India is already the world's second largest diamond jewelry in the world. It started 2 years ago, overpassing China. India is already the fastest growing, and it has been the case for 4 years in a row. Yet, penetration remains very small compared to other very prominent markets like the US. So it is a very big opportunity for all of us. Over the past 4 years, India has delivered consistent growth, as I was saying, double-digit growth, even as global demand, as we have seen earlier, faced some pressure. 2025 marked the fourth consecutive year of growth, and this should bring us confidence. What makes this growth even more interesting, in my view, is that it's very broad. It will span across metros, tier 1, tier 2, even tier 3. It's on the low price, it's on the high price. It is linked to the fact that in this country there is a very strong link culturally with jewelry and an appreciation for beauty and craft, as we have seen with all the winners earlier today. Now let's talk a little bit about De Beers. At De Beers, our strategy in India is grounded in a simple belief. We grow faster when we grow together. Brands have played a critical role in building desire, particularly in the premium segment and urban markets. But the next phase of growth must be about strengthening the entire market across region, price point, and retail format. This is why partnership with all of you in the industry matters so much. I will quote one of the few initiatives that my team here has put together last year, a lot with GJPC. I hope you have seen some of those advertising rituals, talking about the second piercing, talking about intention pendants for the season just after Diwali. All of this will help building diamond jewelry developing in this market, linking it to moments already existing for the consumer. Through the collaboration with Tanish, a dear partner of us, we are investing in category building. They are building Diamond Expertise Center. 150 of them are in the making, 30 already in operation, and we were discussing this week that they are bringing a lot of growth to the diamond sector at Tanish. With the partnership with JJPC, we are committed to empower a lot of independent jewelers through education, technology, and market development. This is what Indra is about. I was here last year to launch this program, and it's working very strongly. We have thousands of jewelers registered. More news are coming, so I encourage you to stay tuned to this program. At De Beers, our belief in India is not theoretical. It is demonstrated through action. We have recently, actually yesterday, opened our largest store globally, not only for Forever Mark, but globally. This was deliberate. We see a lot of potential in this country, and that's why we decided to do so. Rather than stepping back during uncertain times, we believe this is precisely the moment where we should go full on. This is why this year is going to be our highest year of investment in India, if we count category marketing and investment in the brand. And as far category marketing is concerned, it's going to be the second row of the highest investment globally from us. Here in this country, we're going to go from IPL that we did with some of our partners last year. We'll continue. I'm actually meeting the female team this afternoon. Very excited about that. We will expand our retail presence, and our commitment is reflecting our belief in the industry. I'll talk very briefly about my role as a chair of the Natural Diamond Council. We have a new leadership coming in place, a new CEO coming in place in the very beginning of the year, 1st of February, and I believe that with this new leadership, we will see a new dynamism in the council that we all need in the industry. Of course, we have challenge. We can talk about the gold price, of course, but we see that the gold price can bring some opportunity for diamond jewelry when we talk about high price, actually, because study is bringing more value perceived to the consumer, and they are ready to go for it. On the low price, I know that you guys are very creative with the caratage of gold, so challenge can bring opportunities. Of course, we need to discuss synthetic and lab-grown and alternative. The reality is that in this market, the consumer is becoming clearer, not more confused. Consumers understand that different products have different needs. They are fully capable of making informed choice when the industry provides clarity and honesty. And here I want to acknowledge the new BIS nomenclature that will really help consumer safety. So well done to all of you. JJPC was instrumental for that. Our responsibility as an industry is to ensure confidence, transparency, trust, so that consumers feel secure and they can make their choices. India has always given this industry its skills, its scales, and its spirit. Today, it's also giving growth and confidence, and I can tell you that India is inspiring the world when we talk about diamond. When times are challenging, leaders do not retreat, they commit, they invest. That's what we're doing, and that's why it was an honor to be here today. I just want to end with a very personal note. I know all of you have, some of you, not all of you, have daughters. I hope that my presence here on this stage and the presence of Ms. Ashra Bengari will inspire them to join our beautiful industry. I wish you a very beautiful show. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would invite Mr. Sabyasachi Ray, ED, JJPC, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to iijjs Bharat Signature 2026, the first show of the year, and we all hope that this brings new hope to this industry, new demand, and thanking the industry for bringing this show here. I would first like to thank the Exim Bank for taking up this study to do this report. It's very important. The industry is at crossroads. We all understand with the tariff coming, with the price of gold going up, what exactly the future holds. I think this study will help us to strategize, to fight and take this industry forward in the future. One of the things before I go and express my compliments to the Exim Bank and the report for whom this report has taken place, I would like to inform that one of the key issues for why we are here and why the gem and jewelry industry is, going through and where we'll be reaching. We thank the Government of India for consulting with us. This report has started that consultation. I can inform you that in the last 1 year, our chairman has met the Prime Minister 4 times on different occasions. So on the last occasion, based on his meeting, a high-level committee is looking after easing, the terms of exports, what this industry is going through. Another study is going out in Niti Aayog to take this industry to $100 billion by 2047. That is what is the target. And this report of Exim Bank is the first, in this whole path. And I would thank Madam Harsha Bangari, who have taken and who was kind enough to initiate this report or making of this report. And I would also like to thank Ms. Dipali Agarwal, who is the Deputy Managing Director. And I would also like to thank Rupa Datta, Madam, who have, conceptualized the beginning of this report, and with Gem and Jewelry Export Promotion Council visiting the different clusters and the team who took over this under Jannavi. I would like to thank them. And I would also like to thank Sondrin, who is the chief guest for today, and thank you for agreeing to be the chief guest and coming here. And we had a very eventful meeting with the top management of the Gem and Jewelry Export Promotion Council and the top manager of De Beers, how to take the demand of diamonds forward and how to work in these choppy waters and the choppy market. I would also like to thank Showman for coming here, for being the guest of honor. I think Showman should be happy to know that because CaratLane is one of the first startups what this sector has seen, and one of the most successful startups what this sector has seen. And he will be happy to hear that we are starting the Jewel Start, one of the initiatives that means making our own startup incubation ecosystem by the GJEPC, which we'll launch on 10th. I would also like to thank, of course, under whose tutelage we are working, Mr. Kirit Bansali, the chairman of the council, the dynamic chairman, continuously busy taking the council forward, and Mr. Shaunak Parekh. He is not only the vice chairman, he is also the convener of our exhibition committee. I would also like to thank Nirav Bansali. I think his tireless efforts, whatever you see, I think throughout the time, Nirav Bhai is leading the team as the co-convener of the exhibition and the entire exhibition committee. I think in the council, the most meetings happen with the exhibition committee, and I would thank all the members of the exhibition committee. One of the biggest thing what I think you all will appreciate is that the entire exhibition committee of the council is having their stalls here. So they are commenting and they're leading the show from the front, being the participants themselves. And that brings me to the participants of the exhibition, the exhibitors. Let me thank them for bringing the show together and bringing the show where it is, and also thank all these 10,000 companies and 25,000 visitors who have registered to come at the show and encourage us, and all the visitors from some 34 countries who are visiting this show. Some around 2,000 visitors have come from abroad. So all of them, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to them for making this show where it is. And next I would come to thank the media, the international media and the national media, both electronic and our own industry media. I would like to thank them for promoting this show and also bringing the information of the show continuously across. I would also like to thank our sponsors. All the sponsors, I think they are gracious enough to support us in this show. And I'll not do service if I do not, my colleagues, who are bringing this show together, Shamal Pote, Dolly, Bhabin. I cannot name everybody, but the council has a very solid team. And whatever you see behind this, a lot of systems, how the systems are made, and thank them for their, a lot of sleepless nights they put in to take this show together. I would like to thank the Central Industrial Security Force, the Mumbai Police, the Traffic Police, the 70, who is our chief, agency supporting this show, the event management agency. And I would like to call upon all of you and wish you a productive, successful and rewarding iijjs Bharat Signature 2026. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have come to the end of the opening ceremony, but that brings us a lot of space to attend the exhibition. We wish you a very productive and successful iijjs Bharat Signature 2026. Please enjoy our exhibition and understand and believe that a piece of jewelry is a piece of confidence you wear with yourself. Thank you.
I would like to call all the COA members to come on the stage, please. Our Committee of Administration members who are there in full force, they have come from all across India. Please. They are our board.
Recording in progress. Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Hello. Hello. Check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Check. 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 Mic check. Check. Very good afternoon and a very warm welcome to the first seminar of India International Jewelry Show, iijjs Bharat Signature 2026 Innovate Talks. I am Clarina Gomes and I will be your host for the seminar. The topic for the seminar is the future of the natural diamond market, recovery, challenges, and new opportunities. And for the speakers for this session are Mr. Prasad Kapre, Industry Analyst and Consultant from Blue Sky Business Management Group, Mr. Pranay Narvekar, Partner at Feroz Beam Consulting LLP, Mr. Idhan Golan, CEO and founder of Idhan Golan Diamond Research and Data. Before we go ahead with the seminar, I would like to request everyone to please keep your phones on silent for the smooth session. Also, if anyone wants to leave in the middle of the show for any of the XYZ reasons, I request everyone to please move from the corners. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Prasad Kapre. Dr. Prasad Kapre is a prominent industry analyst, strategic consultant, and the founder of Blue Skies Business Management Group. Let's give a big hand for Dr. Prasad Kapre. Now, I would like to call upon Mr. Pranay Narvekar, partner at the management consulting company Feroz Beam Consulting LLP, is a leading expert on many of the crucial strategic, financial, and structural problems facing the diamond industry pipeline. Let's give a big hand for Mr. Pranay Narvekar. Also, we have now Mr. Idhan Golan, who is about to join us online. Idhan Golan is a renowned diamond industry analyst and a researcher with over 2 decades of experience. He is the founder and CEO of Idhan Golan Diamond Research and Data, a company specializing in diamond market research and data analysis. Let's give a big hand to Mr. Idhan Golan, who's going to join us online. The mic is all yours, Dr. Prasad Kapre. You can take over the session. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we'll need those mics. Yeah. Yes. Good afternoon. So we have a very, very interesting topic, and I think it's a hot topic for everyone across the industry. The diamond industry today is at an inflection point, and a lot of things are changing, and especially I personally feel that the long evaluated, structured way of doing business is being reshaped, whether it's the controlled supply of diamonds, whether it is the emotional storytelling or marketing and branding, or whether it's the traditional retail, at every level and across the pipeline, everything seems to be changing. And all these changes actually being driven by the consumer expectations or the consumer behavior, as we call it. It's also being driven by technology, and all of us know what's happening on the technology front. And eventually it's also to do with the fact that the digital world has changed, which is very much part of the technology. But the fact is, today's youth and today's consumers are much more prone towards the digital marketing and the digital world as compared to anybody else. So in the past, of course, there were controlled supply, and so we all know. But the current issue is also to do with the fact that how long are these natural mines going to last? Because some of the industry, reports that I have gone through, one of such is Frost & Sullivan, which says that today it's close to about 110 million carats the production is being done. By 2050, that is in the next 25 years, it's going to come down to 14 million, right? From 110 million, it's going to come down to 14 million. How far it's true, but it's an industry report which has come in. And the fact also is that the total demand will continue to grow. So it's not that the demand is not going to be there. So the demand will be close to almost 298 million by 2050 from the current, I think, 176 million. So a lot of things are changing. There is the consistent demand which is going to be there, but also there is going to be restriction on certain supply of natural diamonds. So, and why is that going to be? It's more so because the mines are getting depleted, mines are getting exhausted, and obviously opening new mines is another big challenge. So keeping all that in mind, that's one reality on the supply side of it. On the emotional storytelling, my big question is, if we don't do the dream selling, it's not going to survive anymore. Today, it's almost like, if you remember way back 25 or maybe even 30, 35 years back, the tailoring industry, which is now completely vanished, and people actually want to buy only ready-mades. And, so that was a big shift that happened, and that was more because of the consumer mindset had changed. And similarly here, is the desire going to be there, or is it at the moment the consumers are continue to buy for a few more years just because it's a tradition to gift a diamond engagement ring and things like that? Will that vanish? We don't know, and that's something which is going to be interesting. And on the technology front, or getting onto the traditional retail, I think the O2O, which is online to offline and offline to online, is going to be the next big thing, because the digital world, as I said, is changing. So it's a very interesting discussion and debate, and Idan is, of course, going to take us through his presentation first, talking about the overall international markets and what's really happening there, followed by Pranay, who will talk more from the diamond industry, both internationally and also in the domestic market. And then we'll actually start the discussion and debate. I want to restrict this entire debate more from the consumer perspective as much as possible, because ultimately, if the consumer is there and he continues to buy diamonds, we are all going to be there. Otherwise, of course, this industry doesn't exist. Not that it's going to happen that way, but the fact is, how do we make sure that the consumers are actually going to continue to be there? So that's where, and besides, we have only 1 hour to discuss the future of the diamond industry, which is pretty limited. So over to Idan, and I would like Idan to actually take us through his presentation.
Thank you. I would like to share a presentation, if I may, and talk, really focus as much as possible on retail, because at the end of the day, without retail demand, everything else that we do is of less importance. We need, first and foremost, to understand retail, and if we understand retail, we can understand what is it that we need to change in order to achieve the kind of demand that we are hoping to see. So let me walk you through. So first of all, this is the market, the general, global jewelry market. This includes everything. And we saw a small increase in the US market this year. The same goes for Japan. Japan, gold and tourism were very big and important drivers. Same for China, especially in gold. In Hong Kong, what we saw was a decline that is mostly driven by an oversupply within China. If you want, we can go into a little bit more detail about that. But I really want to drive down a couple of issues. At the end of the day, if we look at how jewelry demand for in the market happened, the dynamics are, first of all, that there's an overall increase. If we look at what's happening at specialty jewelers, we see that specialty jewelers are doing especially well. And it's important to point out, that means the Macy's of the world, department stores, Walmart, all of those guys are, I'll risk and say, failing at selling jewelry. While at the same time, we see that those that really understand jewelry, and this is an important takeaway, those that really understand jewelry, and even though they command a higher price, those are the people that know how to sell jewelry and actually saw growth this past year. If we look specifically at diamond jewelry, we see that there was an increase, and this increase was driven completely by an increase in, the revenue increase was completely driven by the willingness of the American consumer to spend more per item. In other words, there's a decline in the units that are being sold, So people are buying less items, but are willing to spend more on them. And that's another important point to keep in mind. Just to put things a little bit in perspective, lab-grown jewelry continued to rise. It represents today overall about 16% in 2025 in dollar value. Of course, units increased even more, but at the end of the day, with average prices declining, they are missing out on an even greater growth. I want to point out a trend to you. What the figures that we looked at up until now were strictly 2025. But if we look at the trend, and this is only natural diamond jewelry, what we see is that in the past year and in the years that the prior years, there is a slight change in the way the business is behaving. We're seeing that slowly we are working out of a slump that started in 2022. Right, 2022, we're not surprised there was a decline because in 2021, there was an insane boom in demand. But what we're seeing is that after that, we're slowly climbing out of it. And today we have a much better market. So the bottom line in all of this is that we are seeing a steady improvement in diamond jewelry. The United States, I estimated at about 55% or maybe a little bit more of global demand, rising average prices, and unit sales declining, which is something that is happening across the board. Doesn't matter what kind of jewelry we're looking at. So this isn't a diamond jewelry problem. This is a jewelry problem. In the coming year, I expect positive demand, growth of about 3 to 7% in revenue terms. So it's a little bit, maybe a little bit below, maybe a little bit higher than what we saw in the past year. Average consumer spending, I expect it to continue to rise. All of the elements that drove an increase in demand are still in place. Of course, we need to keep in mind one important thing, and that is the possibility of an outlier, an unusual attempt situation in the market. I'm talking about forces outside of the diamond industry. Think COVID, a black swan sort of situation. COVID, major war, whatever it is, that's one of those things. By the way, I don't think tariffs is a big issue in this context. And we'll get to that in a moment. So here we are with all of this positive news, and yet, if we look at it from the perspective of the wholesale market, we're seeing declines. So India, Belgium, and Israel, we're looking here, the figures here are for exports. We're seeing a steep double-digit decline in terms of imports into Hong Kong and the US. So Hong Kong, of course, there's an issue of oversupply. So Hong Kong really exported a lot of goods, or China exported a lot of goods, loose diamonds, in the past couple of years. And then in the US, and this is the impact of tariffs, up until May, in the first 4 months of the year, there was a decline, but it wasn't as pronounced. Starting in May and all the way through to September, the latest figures are up to September, we saw a massive decline in imports into the United States. Obviously, tariff played the most important role in this. So here we are, how should I describe it? This oddity in the market. On one hand, there's a rise in sales, there's a rise in diamond jewelry sales, and this is completely monetary. But at the same time, we see a decline in exports. There is a lot less loose moving into the consumer markets. So let's take a look at that, and we need to really drill down. And pardon me, the supply of all these figures. But at the end of the day, this is where we find what is happening in the market. Anything below $2,500 declined in demand. We're looking here at units. This decline in demand is significant and almost completely driven by two things. One, of course, lab grown, because we're looking at diamond jewelry. And the other element is the poor in the United States, those that are the lower mid-income and below, are tightening their belts. This is an economic shift within the United States. The parity between the haves and the have-nots is growing. I don't have figures here in it, but trust me, that is the case. The result of this decline is that anything that has to do with smaller goods, I'll give you a quick example. You can go to Walmart today online and find diamond jewelry for under $12. Not only that they're set with lab grown, and we're talking about half carats, you can get them with free shipping. That's just like walking into the store without the cost of walking into the store, the economic cost of driving, parking, etc. If we look at what's happening at $25,000 to $5,000 and above, so the $25,000 to $5,000 is the sweet spot of the market. That is where most of the business is happening, and that's why, even though it did increase, it didn't increase as much as most other price points. That's where most of the engagement rings are, by the way. So 50,000 and above, I think it's an outlier. We had a bunch of our retailers in our panel sell very large items, very expensive items. All of them is diamond jewelry, but think about it. There was an increase of almost a quarter in the number of units that sold for more than $50,000 purchased in the United States in the past year. That means that there are many people out there who are willing to spend on diamond jewelry. They believe in natural, because they could have easily bought a 3-carat lab grown, and they didn't. And there's something driving them to make these purchases. And it's not only the fact that they could afford them. Diving a little bit deeper into the figures, I decided to take a look and compare in the past couple of years fashion versus bridal. And while in all of the cases, once again, 21 was an outlier, but if we look at what happened in the past 4 years, we see that at the end of the day, bridal declined more than lab grown, than fashion. And this is something that repeats itself. Our main issue, and this helps us identify it, is what's happening in bridal, not what's happening in fashion. Fashion is changing. There's a decline. We need to think about it, probably sell higher price point items. But at the end of the day, bridal, where a lot of the loose goes to, is where we see our biggest issue. So let's talk about the bridal market for a moment. The number of weddings around the world is declining. In the United States, I'm saying it's flat. The numbers are about 2 million weddings a year. And this number is very consistent. In other words, the American population numbers are rising. But at the same time, the number of people that are getting married is the same. So the ratio is declining more than anything else. India is doing very well. It's almost completely ignoring the trends in the West. But in Japan, there was a decline of 6% in 24. I don't know what the numbers for 25 year are yet, but it's a similar trend. In China, there was a constant drop in the number of weddings, and an exceptional drop in 24. In 25, especially in the last couple of quarters, we saw an increase in the number of weddings, but partially it has to do with a change in Chinese government policies. Now migrants can get married in China. So kind of mixed good news in China. But at the end of the day, if we look at this on a global basis, if we think about where the loose that we sent to retailers goes, we're seeing that the most important market is suffering, not just in the United States, but in other countries as well. To drive this even further, these are the figures. I said earlier that 16% market share for lab grown. This is for all diamond jewelry, but specifically in diamond engagement rings, it captured more than 50%. And this happened earlier this year. Pardon me, early last year. I'm still thinking about 2025. And I think this is a very important takeaway from all of this. This is the market where we're losing the most. This is the market where we're suffering the most. And this is a market that is catering to a very specific age group. In the United States, most people get married around 25 to 35 years old, some of them a little bit younger. But in the United States, once again, the most important market that we have, we're looking at an average of 29 years old for women and 30 for men. So 25 to 35 is a good area to look at. And if we look at this, what we're seeing is that these guys lost their belief in diamonds. Not in diamond as a concept, but on the contrary, as a concept, it remains steady. But they're migrating away from the idea of natural. Why should I spend more? And this really points out to another element that is very typical, that really characterizes the American consumer market. The American consumer market, even in jewelry, is very price-oriented. Now, you may say to yourself, of course, everybody is price-oriented, and that's not really the case, though, with jewelry. In India, in China, in many other countries in Asia, it's very value-oriented. Gold. We buy gold. Why? Because it's a store of value. So there's a big difference between the concept of value and the concept of price. And in the United States, when it got to value and diamond jewelry, we're kind of losing ground over there. It's not as important. It's the same. Why shouldn't I buy it? They don't understand it. And this is the major problem that we have in the diamond industry today. If we could turn this tide away, diamond business will improve. So a couple of takeaways just to kind of sum up what we saw up until now. Purchase price is rising. So the average purchase price is rising, and it has everything to do with lab grown and price conscious consumers. We're losing market share at a very, very important area. So while diamond jewelry is usually the most expensive expenditure is for the engagement ring, nonetheless, when we look at perception, we understand that if this crowd in 10, 15 years will want to get married once again, renew their vows or a second marriage or whatever it is, these guys are not thinking lab grown. They're not thinking natural anymore. And this is the crowd that we need to capture. The 25 to 35 years old are the target audience of anything that we're going to do from here on. I'm talking here a little bit, I'm mentioning the decline in the importance of diamond engagement rings, but this is true across the board, lab grown as well. It used to be that 100% or nearly 100% of engagement rings were set with diamonds. Since the 40s and 50s, we're looking at about 99%, right? 99 plus, 99 and a half. Today, it's declining. Today, we're looking at 98, and the trend is that every year, we lose about half a percent. In other words, and this is a trend of just the last 3-4 years. In other words, if we wait 10 years before we decide on what is it that we want to do, we'll be already at around 95%. Even though the population is growing, even though supply is expected to decrease. At the end of the day, we want to make sure that in the mind of the consumers, especially in the larger markets, are completely dead set on natural diamond. So this is where we are. I mentioned here consumers look for identification. What I want to say here is that even though they're very price oriented, they still look for value, but not in the economic sense of it, but rather in who they are and what they mean. People were happy to spend a little bit more for something that says something about them. That's why the high end is doing very well. They can afford to buy it. So that's a hook for which we can that the diamond industry could use when it moves into the marketing and what is it that marketing needs to do. And at the end of the day, let's not lose heart. Many consumers want to buy natural diamonds. They don't see the appeal of something that is pounded out of a factory. That's the way they characterize it. When people look to upgrade their engagement ring 10, 20 years after they got married and they have a little bit more money, they don't turn in their natural diamond. What they do instead is they bring the extra money, get a nicer, bigger lab grown, but they keep the natural diamond and they set it independent. Think about what that means when we're looking at the psychology of how you perceive one and then the other. People understand that lab grown does not have an enduring value when you're looking at price. When you look at the cold numbers, it doesn't make sense. So if they have a natural diamond, why should I put an extra, I don't know, $2,500 to get a lab grown? I know I'm going to lose that. I'm going to lose that money. It's going to be nice. It's going to be pretty, but it's not going to be worth it. And that's why they keep the natural diamond. It doesn't make sense to get $2,500 for turning in a diamond, and then in 2, 3, 4, 5 years, it's worth $100. So the forecast, we need marketing. Doesn't matter what. We need to focus on how to drive demand on the consumer market. I know that the market always heard this from De Beers. Guess what? They were right. There's nothing will happen if we don't do some marketing. And I want to leave you with one last thought that I think is essential when we think about lab grown and natural diamond, and the psychology of actually going out and purchasing one or the other. If the American consumer and consumers around the world get used to the fact that there is an alternative, and I'm happy with it, then at some point I'll take a step back. When people buy lab grown, it's completely hanging off the branch of the positioning of natural. If natural diamonds were not this highly regarded item, people wouldn't buy lab grown. They would have bought bosenite if they wanted just something pretty. They're buying lab grown because it's hanging off something that the natural diamonds, perception of the natural diamonds exists in the market. We need to cater to that. If we do not, and we allow lab grown to be the item to set in an engagement ring, for an example, or something that I want to give to my daughter when she graduates from college, then the total perception of what is a diamond will be hurt. Now, we're never going to lose lab grown. Lab grown is in the market. It's a given. So the way to do this is creating down a differentiation between the two and insisting on a bifurcation. So we need marketing. The marketing should target a certain age group, and the goal is to create differentiation with lab grown. Doesn't mean to say that lab grown is bad. I don't think lab grown is bad. But we need to, if we want to protect natural diamonds, this is how we do it. We need to position it high. So it's okay that the below 2,500 is not interesting anymore. It's a problem for the mining companies. If they want, they can address it. But for the rest of the industry, let's go high. Thank you.
to actually make his presentation. And there are certain questions which, Idan, I'm definitely very keen to know, and which I'll come back to you after Pranay's presentation.
Thank you, Prasad. Can you get the presentation up, please? I like to walk around a bit, so please excuse me. A lot of what you see will echo what Idan says. I don't think this is rocket science. We are in a very well-established industry. We need to understand certain things. But I will focus. So Idan spent a lot of time on the what happened, what is the stage in the US. I will spend a little bit more time on the why. Why are we here? So if we look at 2026, where we are, beginning of the year, this is pretty much what it looks like. We've been in a dark tunnel for about 2-3 years now. But there is hope. 2026 will look better. Not as good as what people might hope for, but definitely it will be much more stable. So let's understand why we got into this situation. So if you look at, in the US, how much percentage of the consumer spend was spent on physical goods, right? We are a physical good, jewelry is a physical good. That used to be around between 31.5% to 32%. Once COVID hit, people could not go out, they could not travel, they could not eat outside, and they had a lot of money. So what happened was, that shot up from about 31.5% to 34.5%. So a huge amount of money came into buying physical goods. And naturally, if you are in your house in COVID for months with your wife, you would like to give them a diamond ring or a diamond jewelry. And that's what happened. So we saw a huge spike in consumption during COVID. And this is, though this data is for the US, the same thing applies for the rest of the world. And then gradually, as we came out of COVID, people started traveling, eating out. You can see the gradual demand, and now it's gone even below 31.5. So that's on where the share of consumer money is going. Right? Coming to 25 and 26, as Idan also explained, retail sales are generally positive or flat. Plus minus 3-4% or 5% I would consider flat sales. Gold price, so even though retail jewelry sales are flat, what matters to us is the diamond content. Now, some of you here would have heard the term PWP, polished wholesale price. This used to be used very frequently by De Beers about 15-20 years ago. That refers to how much of my retail sales actually comes to the diamond, right? So when you start selling more, so you might be able to sell more, but now because gold is so much higher in price, your diamond content starts coming down. So that again becomes a challenge for us. Overall, I think industry, I was looking at a positive 25, and then the tariffs happened, which is why you saw, the industry went into a tailspin. Partial impact of the tariffs was in 25. You will see a certain impact in 26, but you will hit stability. I expect that by around Q1, Q2, prices would be stable, industry would be stable. Stable does not mean growth. It will not keep going down, but it will be stable. So why do I say this? And I've said this before, I will not spend too much time in this, but what we see is what is called as the bullwhip effect. What is the bullwhip effect? If there is a change at retail, as we come into jewelry, then into polished, and then into rough, that impact gets magnified, both positive as well as negative. So it means, so what happened with tariffs, and I will come and explain that in a few slides, but because of that, what you see is the demand dropped, and you see a further impact in polished and also in rough. Going forward, again, I think a large part of this presentation will be on the challenges and opportunities. They're all one and the same. We'll go through one of them. The biggest question I get is, what's going to happen because of tariffs? Everyone is concerned about tariffs, everyone is worried about tariffs. So when tariffs come in, what it affects is the diamond content. Now you've heard from Idan as well that the jewelry sales are still flat or positive. But if I'm spending $100 on jewelry, let's say $50 is the cost price of that jewelry, because of tariffs, let's take a 15 or 20% tariff, take 20%, that cost has now become $40. So $42, add 20%, you end up with $50 cost price. So from a consumer perspective, what you see is their spend remains the same, and again, Idan mentioned that consumers are very price point sensitive, so they will still end up paying the same. However, the diamond content is lower. That diamond content ripples through the entire pipeline, that drop in diamond content. The most affected, and a majority of us are from India. Yes, there will be an initial impact because of our inventory pricing, but eventually the entire impact will be on the rough producers. India does not produce its rough. If we are going to take $4 billion to polish that rough, whether the selling price of polished is 20 billion or 15 billion, we will still take that same $4 billion. So in the long run, the impact will be on the producers. And I think that's important to understand. Yes, there is an impact in the short term. Because my prices come down, my inventory takes a hit. But you will see that in the long term, by the end of this year, the impact would be entirely passed on to the producers. One last thing I mentioned is important. From an India perspective, what really matters is the differential tariff. If there is a flat 10% tariff in the US, yes, the tariff impact will come through. But from India as a country, what will matter is if our tariff is 50% while someone else is 10%, that will have an impact on our business and our sales. But if it's a flat tariff, it will eventually adjust out. So Prasad also talked about, supply is going to come down and everything. I probably, have a little disagreement on that. At least in the next 8 to 10 years, there is going to be almost no change in supply. So you're going to expect 100 to 120 million carats of rough coming out. Few mines will go down, few mines are coming up, but you're going to end up with about the same supply. Even in the longer term, probably in another 30 years or 25 years, you might end up at about 50, 70 million carats. But typically, mine projections are enough to meet the financing requirements, so they don't project out too much. So if the price is right, the supply will come. The challenge which we face is the demand, right? Let me again re-emphasize, the challenge which the industry faces is the demand. In terms of polished at a retail level, from 2005 to today, 20 years, the polished dollar demand at retail level is down around 20 to 25%. Right? Let that sink in. In 20 years, in dollar terms, our market has shrunk by 20 to 25%. If we adjust for inflation, so inflation in 20 years is about double, so $100 has become $200, right? If we adjust, so $100 should have become $200, while in reality, let's say it's $80, it means we have lost 60% of our share of wallet. We have not been able to get our consumer. And a lot of this was even before lab grown came into the picture. So, if we are just blaming it on lab grown, I think you're not doing the right thing. As an industry, we have been losing share, and that's what we really need to address. I will not spend too much time on lab-grown. That's not the focus of this talk. But essentially, what we see is the industry is getting cleaved into two parts. It's like that cell which separates out. So you had everything in one, which is diamonds. Then the lab-grown came in, and slowly it's starting to make its own space, and eventually it will form its own market. this is a painful process. But when you eventually move to two separate markets, what do I mean by that? Consumer is very clear when he enters the store whether he wants a lab-grown or a natural. And the value proposition of both the products is clearly understood by the consumer. Today, there is still a lot of, I would not say mis-selling, but the way lab-grown and naturals are being sold is still not that clear. Still not that clear, and which is why you have that challenge. Just a cautionary tale for lab-grown people in the room. If you could succeed at a small expenditure of labor in converting carbon into diamonds, the value might fall below that of bricks. So if you are expecting that I will follow the same method of doing business for lab-grown as you have been following for natural diamonds, you will have a problem. You will need to think about how can I make innovative products with lab-grown diamonds. So we have a good audience here. Let's do a quick show of hands. When you see a lady wearing these nice 4-carat studs, right? Who is the person who comes to mind? So I'm going to give you two options. Option 1, that's here. Option 2. So when you see someone wearing these nice 4-carat studs, right, which option comes to mind? So how many people believe that the photo on the left, the lady, represents someone whom you associate with option 1? Okay, so about 60%. So the others, how many believe it represents someone in option 2? So that's about 5-10%. So I don't know what the other 20-30% are probably confused or unclear. But what is important is that choice which we make and that choice which the consumer makes is what I call the diamond dream. And if the diamond dream will survive, and Iran also referred to that, then we are all of us in this room, including lab-grown and natural, that's when we will survive. Diamonds as a luxury item is one of the only things which go without a brand. All luxury, you will be some brand or the other. The reason for that is someone wearing a nice set of earrings tells you that they have dropped a sizable amount of money on that. Lab-grown breaks that equilibrium. So, someone had mentioned, and I really like that quote, if everyone had a Kohinoor, what would be the value? This is some person from Surat, and I think I have to give him the credit for it. It's a fabulous quote. So how do we differentiate diamonds? We've all heard of Intel Inside, and there are lots of other brands where the inherent material is advertised on the product. Whether it's 3M, Gore-Tex, Zeiss, Intel Inside, of course. Can we have an only natural diamond logo? We have to figure out how to do this differentiation, because that is how you'll be able to establish diamonds as a luxury item again, or rather natural diamonds. The last thing I want to cover is industry stewardship. Now, this is a little more complicated item, but the industry needs leaders who can guide the industry through tough times and take tough decisions. We have been used to De Beers doing it for 100 years. It was great when De Beers was 80% of the market. But today, they are 30% of the market. Who takes this call is what is important, and who is the person or who is the entities who can provide the stewardship for this industry, taking the tough calls when they need to. I think that's the solution or a question which we need answers to. Overall, naturals, I believe, will stabilize by middle of 26. Stability is not growth. So if you're thinking that I will continue to grow and I want to double my business in naturals, that's not happening. There is no, supply is not going to increase. Demand has also not shown any signs of growth. So think about it as a business in a flat industry, focus on efficiencies, don't try for growth, because growth will come at a cost and you will have to pay it. Lab-grown natural, I believe, will ultimately separate out and find their own customers and niche. Long term, all of us, we need to ensure the diamond dream survives, because that is how we will ensure our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pranay. That was
Thank you, President.
very, very interesting, and you raised very important points and point of discussion. Idan, I would actually like to start off with you. Diamond industry has always reinvented itself, most of the times. And I started the whole conversation by saying that diamond industry is at an inflection point. Is the inflection today fundamentally different than whatever has happened, let's say in 2008, for example? Is it something very different? And a corollary to that is also, are the external threats that compelling, or is it that the internally there is a resistance to change? How do you see this industry moving?
The part of the diamond industry or consumer market?
Overall diamond industry.
Well, there's a belief that the diamond industry is a very conservative market, and there is some truth to that. But if you look closely, especially at the bigger companies, you see that there's a lot of innovation. So and part of me, I know this is going to sound a little self-serving, and pardon me for that, but I think that one of the biggest issues that we have in the midstream is a shortage of understanding of what drives consumer demand. As Pranay pointed out very accurately, we used to look at De Beers as the stewardship, those who are responsible for driving everything, and the custodian of the market, and that is not the case anymore. By the way, I want to point out something that also we heard from Pranay. Pranay said that there was a sharp decline in share of market. I did a quick calculation in the background. Share of market used to be in the United States about 0.68% in 2005. Today, it's 0.48, so that's a decline of 29%. And this is just for jewelry in general. Of course, diamond jewelry fell even more. So those issues are at the heart of what's happening. In order to understand how to fight it, we need to be a lot more involved in what's happening in retail. Now, that could be actually owning retail stores in the United States, but that could also be constantly researching, understanding what's happening there on a psychological level, on an economic level. And because the industry knows how to do this inside India, we're seeing a lot of enterprises doing very well because they understand the Indian consumer. We need to understand the American consumer, we need to understand the Chinese consumer, we need to understand the Japanese consumer. If we succeed in those three markets, and the rest of the world, I think, will follow. So that's the area where I don't see a whole lot of change, and that's kind of a shame.
In terms of the overall market share, 50% is the US market, and balanced another 25% is between India and China. Do you think that equation is going to change over a period of time?
Yes. First of all, in India, because the Indian economy is growing and it's growing fast, and it's growing on very stable ground. So it's not an oddity that's happening today and yesterday. This is something that is happening constantly along a long period of time. If we look at China, China lost bearing. And it lost its bearings because it allowed for a lot of corruption to take place in China. And we saw this specifically in real estate. And once the economy stopped growing for a moment, and that happened in 2020 and with COVID, then all of a sudden everything this turned south in a very negative way. And that's why I think that China will need to learn how to do business in the fantastic way that it did in the past, clean out the negative elements that are plaguing it. And if it succeeds in doing that, I think China will continue to dominate the market as well. I suspect, I was born in the United States, I'm an American citizen. I suspect that the United States will do possibly a little bit better in the near term, especially with Trump's constant attempt to bring manufacturing back to the United States. But at the end of the day, labor costs in the United States are higher than most other places in the world. And therefore, I think that that's kind of a doomed prospect. And the Americans very quickly will find that they're better off importing from abroad, which means that the American economy, unless AI changes everything in a radical way, I think the United States is not going to grow at the same rate that we should expect India and China to.
Another interesting takeaway from your presentation was that $50,000 plus has grown almost by 23%. I mean, I can understand, 2,500 and below actually losing market share to lab-growns. But what exactly do you think is the reason for 50,000 plus growing by 23%?
I'll give you the unpleasant answer: price declines.
Sorry, say that again.
The unpleasant answer is price declines in natural diamonds. All of a sudden, it's more accessible, and that is especially even people that can't spend on a single item, $50,000 to $100,000, and we saw that also $100,000 and above did much better. I think the decline in prices made it more attractive.
But do you think that there will be a consistent growth like that of 23%? In the future?
I think that demand will continue. At some point, there's the constant discussion about the discrete luxury. Now, if everybody's buying 5-carat, lab grown, and you could afford a 5-carat natural, there's something very, very sexy about it in the crowd that the wealthy, we tend to meet with similar people. And if you're a Wall Street analyst and you're making, several $1 million a year, then, you could afford such a thing. And who sees it? Only your peer, right? One of the things that gave lab grown a big boost during COVID was because people were sitting the way I'm sitting right now. They're sitting at Zoom calls, and nobody sees your rings. What they do see is your stud earrings. And that was the first area there was growth. People immediately ran to lab grown because you couldn't see, quote unquote, that it wasn't a natural diamond. Today, that barrier was crossed, and that was one of the biggest prices that we're paying for COVID in that regard. But at the end of the day, if you could afford, you'll buy natural if you feel that is indeed luxury.
Thank you, Idan. Okay, coming to you, Pranay. You made a very interesting point about, the stewardship or the leadership of this industry. And yes, no doubt, De Beers has been doing that wonderful job for the last 100 years or even more. Where do you see the market today? And obviously, that lack of leadership is something which is one of the major issues because literally the industry is like a headless chicken, And do you see a solution to that problem? What's your take on that?
So, my view is that currently, if you look at any organization which exists, it's probably the NDC. But to my mind, NDC is a much narrower organization. It is focused on marketing. It is focused on promoting diamonds. But there are a lot of other issues which exist outside that scope. Now, the challenge is that previously, De Beers, when you were 80-85% of the market, what is good for the market is good for you. But now at 30% market share, it's much more fragmented even at the supply side. And naturally, the maximum variation, as we've seen, will be at the supply end. If there are small variations at retail, you will see much more variations at rough. So those, they are the most affected. And hence, but now you also have the midstream, which is very strong in India. So how do you ensure that you take everyone together? You probably will have to figure out another way of getting this organization or some sort of structure through, more specifically where you can take and implement the tough decisions.
So unless there is a consolidation and unless everyone comes together,
yeah,
the industry has to take those initiatives.
Yes.
The other interesting point that you talked about, Diamond Dream, and that's something which being a marketing and a branding guy, I believe a lot in it. And the classic example has been Nakshatra. And that's what I think brings in the differentiation factor, is all about storytelling. Because I think, again, today, which even Idan mentioned about, if there is not enough marketing, the desire or the aspiration for diamonds is going to go down, especially of the natural diamonds. And that's where we all need to come together to actually give a value proposition, because ultimately it's not about, just advertising, but what is the end value proposition that you can give, or what kind of differentiation factor that you can actually bring in. I think that makes a difference. So, that's something.
No, I agree. And I want to do another quick show of hands. I like this. The audience is very good. You responded last time. So how many of you all here have a iPhone or equivalent? Essentially a phone over 30,000-40,000 bucks in your pocket today, right? So that's about 60-70% of the room. How many of you all here today have a diamond on you? Okay, so that's like 30% of the room. I'm also putting up my hand. Great. So the people who raised their hands for the phone, right? How many of you all did you all replace that phone in the last 3 years? Pretty much everyone else, right? And how many people who raised their hands for a diamond bought a diamond in the last 3 years? Much lesser. So our challenge is we are not able to reach the consumer in a way which makes him buy diamonds. And this problem well precedes LGD. It's a problem that diamonds have not been able to get their message out. And I think actually, Prasad is probably a much better person at this than me.
Here I would like to add, because yes, it's a good way of taking the show of hands. But the fact of the matter is that unlike phones, which has a utility value, diamonds do not have technically a utility value. No woman needs a diamond, but every woman wants one. And that's the need and the want, which is the big difference that happens. And that's where, the storytelling, because diamonds is all about emotional connect. You have to build the emotional connect, and that's where the marketing and branding comes in. And why I'm insisting on branding today is also because when we are losing our margins, we have to have a compelling reason for consumers to come to your store and to come to buy your brand. That compelling reason, you can only create it when you build that emotional connect. And for that, you need the branding, because that's when you're going to get your margins. Otherwise, you'll continue losing the margins, not just to other retailers or other products, but also because you might lose that to lab-grown diamonds as well. So keeping all that in mind, I think is the emotional connect that you need to build in. And then that's what makes a difference. So when we say that, we are making an emotional connect, actually you're selling a dream, you're not selling a product. And that's what the diamond dream that even Pranay referred to, or even the marketing which Idan has been talking about, which is the key issue at this point in time from a consumer perspective. And that's what we need to build in. Pranay, there was another, in fact, sorry, Idan, I would like to ask another question. You mentioned about two things. One is particularly the key takeaway is the differentiation factor, and also a form of a certification. So are you referring to just a certification of diamond, or is it a diamond traceability? Or is it a, origin of diamonds? How would you put that together?
Well, we got to remember that certification is something that was born actually for the trade, not for the consumer, right? Because You know, we walk into an office and we look at a parcel and we say, oh, this one particular diamond, you know, it should be priced a little bit lower. Why? Because there's something funny about it. The American consumer knows that they need a certificate, and they know that because there's a suspicion on the part of American consumers everywhere. I don't know anything about diamonds, and I need a third party to tell me that indeed what I'm looking at here is valuable. So certificates really serve as a way to give consumers confidence. I think lab grown, just for on the sake of differentiation, lab grown is very quickly getting to the point where they won't need certificates at all. Everybody will create deep flawless diamonds, and and if you do not know how to do that, then you really shouldn't be in the game. And at that point, it will be just an extra expense that is not needed. So everybody will sell the lab grown. And I think that will be one point where certification will serve as a great idea as a way for separation. But there was another point that actually Pranay made that, you know, he kind of gave me a thought. We need to find a way to brand diamonds, which has always been a failure, always historically. But you know, if we could put a diamond inside, or a natural design, or Mother Nature inside, or you know, blue, green earth, as a stamp in some way in a diamond that a consumer could see without disturbing the, you know, light performance of a diamond. I think that's something that, you know, if we succeed in doing that and promote it correctly, you know, could be of interest. You know, I'm not walking around with a 2-carat lab grown. This is actually natural. I can prove it. So I think that has value.
Yeah, that's very true, because you know, I totally agree with you and Pranay here, because the Intel Inside strategy is something which will work and perhaps create that differentiation factor between the natural and lab-grown diamonds. And it's all doable. I mean, there are various different examples that we can do it. Swarovski did it with, you know, Swarovski gemstones, and they have done it wonderfully well. I mean, we don't have to look at, you know, Intel.
There's a point we need to make about Swarovski. And that point is, there's a point we need to make about Swarovski. Swarovski is not selling crystals. Swarovski is selling design. They are selling workmanship. Not in an overly way, but it's not something that is stated clearly, but you look at the jewelry, it's very obvious that it's high quality. And another thing that they are selling is urgency. Right? You walk into a store, you see something that you like, you must buy it. If you don't, in a few months, it won't be there anymore, because they constantly change their designs. This is an area into which Pandora is going also, but at a much lower price point. But at the end of the day, that is part of what builds Swarovski. They're never, ever talking about the crystals. Nobody cares. That being said, if you ask a lot of consumers, you know, are these diamonds or not, they'll say yes, because they perceive it as very high end. So the high end is a matter of perception. It has nothing to do with availability at the end of the day, even though I do believe the Kohinoor quote is valid.
Yeah, actually, my whole perspective was, because here in India, we do have jewelers actually selling jewelry by saying that these are made out of Swarovski gems, and which is the Intel Inside strategy, you know, which has worked tremendously well for Swarovski. And you're absolutely right that they have also worked on their designs and the factor that it's not going to be there tomorrow. So they keep changing their designs and, you know, create that aura around those designs. And that has been something wonderful. But also the fact that, you know, when you talk about the differentiation factors, the key thing is going to be how you're actually positioning natural diamonds versus the lab-grown, because that's where the competition is going to be. So any thoughts on that, Pranay?
Absolutely. I think, again, as I mentioned, it is diamonds is a luxury product, and you know, that's where our competition is. We cannot be looking at positioning diamonds at a lower level, and when diamonds continue to be perceived as a luxury, that's when the diamond dream will also continue.
Okay, since we are running out of time, I would throw it open to the audience if there are any questions.
Just one or two questions. I think we're already out of time.
A quick question, and that is that, Idam talked about it, you have spoken about it, Pranay talks about marketing, branding. LGD sales have grown significantly in past few years. They haven't done marketing. They simply said, this is like a diamond. It is a diamond. So how come, I find it very challenging that LGD sales have grown significantly without doing actually any marketing. And we are saying for us to really grow, for natural diamond industry to grow and not to lose the market share. And I think Pranay mentioned some horrific numbers about shrinkage of the market, etc. I am really concerned and I'm wondering, all of you, especially you, Prasad, marketing expert, branding, what has LGD done? It is simply selling on price? What is the differentiating factor? It's nothing about branding and marketing. So is it that today's consumer does not care about anything else but the price? I am not really sure, and I would like each one of you to throw some light on that. Yes, please, Siddharth.
Please.
First of all, Nirupa, great to see you. So here's the thing. Lab-grown is an American product. By and large, it's an American product. We see it in Australia, but Australia is a small market. We see it in English-speaking countries primarily, right? In the UK, in Ireland, but we do not see it as much in any other market. And the reason is, as I mentioned in my presentation, there's a difference in perception between price-oriented and a value-oriented markets. Americans are very, very price-oriented, and that is the driver. And at the end of the day, that was also that is the undoing of the lab-grown market, because if you sell something that you say about it that it's the same as diamond, but less, and especially because you're such a standardized product, your only selling proposition is price.
Which is true, and actually I would like to add here that, as I had mentioned, that there is always a customer value proposition that is required. At the moment, LGD being something new in the market, and they have given that pricing as the value proposition to the end consumer, and especially to the young audience. Also, those who are existing buyers of natural diamonds are also trying to upgrade themselves with these LGDs, is purely because it's something which gives them that value proposition of price. And today, the markets are price sensitive. So that's one, but I don't think so that's going to last too long. So, and especially if natural diamonds can do the differentiation factor in terms of the concept marketing, which, whatever De Beers used to do it, whether it's a 3-stone ring, or whether it's a tennis bracelet, or whether it's nakshatra, or anything, it's the storytelling, and if we can bring that back, and I still love the concept of Intel Inside, because I think if we can brand loose diamonds and then make jewelry out of that, the whole market will change dramatically. And there are ways and means of doing it. I've already done that research. I've already worked with certain, concepts that we have. So there is tremendous scope for natural diamond industry, and we just need to actually come down to a strong value proposition, and work with maybe loose diamonds, which are branded, and that eventually get into jewelry.
Prasad, I just have a point to make, especially with Nirupaji, that yesterday we had the forum and there were like 250 retailers from more than 60 cities attended in Grand Hyatt. And I just want to tell you 2 examples. There was a panel like this on natural diamonds. So Zen, 450 stores, 26 countries, entered India, and they had said we will only sell on MRP on Turner Road in Bandra. And if the first store doesn't work, we will not open the second store and we'll close the first store also. And this is where your Intel Insight came. They put out hoardings. You see Bombay everywhere. And then they say only natural diamonds, which is your concept. They have already opened their 4th store, 2 in Bombay, 1 in Chandigarh, 1 in Bangalore, selling natural diamonds on MRP without breakup. And 100% natural diamonds. And there was a guy, quickly, like Edan in his presentation said, that China has gone down, US is down. But India, he said, population growth, diamond jewelry growth. It is happening at a very rapid pace. We had a guy from Agra yesterday, Prasad, you were there, Abhushan Jewelers, 2 stores in Agra, 1 store in Firozpur, 1 store in Aligarh. All the stores, heavily gold stores. When the customer is to come inside, they used to ask, gold kharidna hai, madam, diamond kharidna hai. So only 18% customers used to say diamond. What they did a small change. They said, we'll not ask this question anymore. We make product categories, rings. In the product category, we have 50% gold rings, 50% diamond rings. In earrings, 50% gold rings, earrings, 50% diamond earrings. And just let the customer flow, and whatever she wants to buy, let them buy. Last year, 91% increase in natural diamond jewelry sale, opening 6 more stores heavily towards diamonds. India is the growth story. Bharat is redefining natural diamond. You will see huge things happening in Bharat, which is already started, because that is the start of the gold market, which is 80% moving to diamond jewelry because of the high gold price, which was also part of your presentation.
And also, if you see the financials on most of the top companies, actually the growth is anywhere between 15 to 20% bare minimum, you know.
Yes.
So it's a growth story. India is a growth market. There's absolutely no doubt about it. And if you just want to accelerate that growth, then there is enough. I think I can take just one last question. Yeah.
The lady is not going to be very happy.
Hi, this is Joshua Friedman from
Yes,
Rappaport.
John.
What's the situation with lab-grown diamonds in India, and what's your outlook for it?
Sorry, can you...
Yeah, what's your outlook for lab-grown diamonds in India? Like that?
Again, I think Prasad will probably be able to give a better view. My perspective is currently in India, lab-grown, there's a lot of private equity money which has come in. So a lot of people are trying to open up stores, including most recently Tanishq, who are coming up with their own store for lab-grown diamonds. I'm still not sure how much actual offtake is there to support the sales story. But yes, a lot of stores are coming up, a lot of points of presence are coming up in India.
Actually, he's absolutely right that the market is getting more fragmented, and that growth story is not going to last too long as far as lab-grown diamonds are concerned. See, the pricing strategy which they actually started off is going to die down pretty soon, because everybody else is offering, and there is no De Beers or anybody else to control the prices. So that's where it's an alarming situation. Every brand will have to create its own differentiation factor. And I think design is going to be one key factor, which they have a positive there as compared to natural diamonds, because they can create more designs with much larger diamonds. And that's what is going to be the key seller in this market. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Idan.
Thank you, Idan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. I apologize I couldn't make it, but next time.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
A very big thanks to all our 3 speakers. Thank you for sharing your insights over the topic with us. We are very grateful for your precious time that you gave us. Now I would like to invite Mr. Mansukh Kothari to felicitate our speakers. Let's give a big hand to our speakers. Let's give a big round of applause for our speakers. Hello. Very good afternoon, everyone. I request everyone to please settle down as we are starting with our next session of our Innovate Talks. Once again, I would like to request everyone to please settle down as we are starting with our next session. Very good afternoon and a very warm welcome to the next session of our Innovate Talks. I am Clarina Gomes and I will be your host for this seminar. The topic for this seminar is From Idle Gold to Fast-Moving Cash, Tech that turns inventory guesswork into predictable growth. To share his insights on the same, we have Mr. Roy Raz from OneBeat. Before we go ahead with the session, I would like to tell everyone to please keep your mobile phones on silent for a smooth session. Talking about Mr. Roy Raz, VP of Sales at OneBeat. With extensive experience supporting leading retailers in the global markets, Roy Raj drives growth by leveraging OneBeat's AI-powered technology to modernize inventory management. He has partnered with top jewelry, luxury, and lifestyle brands in India, helping
Recording
them
in
enhance
progress.
efficiency, reduce overstock, and maximize full-price sales. Let's give a big round for Mr. Roy Raz. We welcome you on the stage. The stage is all yours, sir.
Hello? Okay, that works. Hello and good afternoon. My name is Roy. I'm coming to you from the head office of OneBeat in Tel Aviv, Israel. I was very lucky during my professional career to spend considerable time here in India working with many well-known, meaningful brands in the retail industry. And among them, there were quite a lot of jewelers, so it helped me a lot understand and get to know with the specific buying behavior of jewelry in India. You know, there is a lot of technology out there with AI. It's everywhere. And you must agree with me that the jewelry segment is not known to be the most tech-savvy segment in retail, right? So what I would like to do with you today is to try to give you a glimpse into how in OneBeat we apply advanced technology into jewelry specifically to help jewelers improve the most important KPIs that they have, from sales conversions to margin realizations and inventory turn, which is the most important essential need of this segment. So bear with me a little bit. We will have to do some deep dive into cause and effect, understanding problems, but eventually you will see the full picture. So I'll start with just one slide. Okay, one slide about OneBeat, and I'll give you a quick brief about who we are. So OneBeat is first and foremost a data company. We know how to handle big data. We apply advanced technology and AI, developing data models that help eventually retailers streamline their day-to-day decisions, their execution decisions on day-to-day basis, through automation or a co-pilot that assists your planners and merchandisers take these smarter decisions. And the whole idea is to help you generate value. Now, there is a question, what is value? So business schools will teach you that if you apply a new technology and you want to create value, you need to define very well the objectives, deliverables, clear KPIs, and if you achieve them, you created value, right? So this is not necessarily the case always. Okay, one bit comes from or conceived on the concept of the theory of constraints, TOC, that you see here, the book, The Goal of Dr. Goldratt. I believe some of you at least have read this book or any one of the Goldratt books. We come from the philosophy that any organization, whatever organization, has a goal. That goal can be anywhere from healing more people, improving the welfare of society, or making more money, doesn't matter. However, the hard fact of life is that there is always some constraint between us and meeting that goal. That constraint is the thing that prevents us as much as it can, prevents us from achieving more goal units for this business, okay? Now, unless we touch that constraint specifically and either exploit it better or maybe even elevate that constraint, there is no real value in the system because we are not getting more goal units. And likewise, many local improvements or local initiatives that are delivering, looks like they are delivering amazing value, might not be delivering a global value for the system. Classic example is a great improvement initiative to do cost saving in the back end that eventually does not deliver value to the customer, or sometimes maybe even deteriorates the service level or the value to the customer. So I'm telling you this because for us, we focus on technology that delivers real value. That is, it always will touch the constraint, and likewise, there will not be two implementations of one bit that will be identical. Any environment will have somewhat different constraints. Even two different jewelers will meet the constraints in different stages of their life cycle, of their behavior, and will have to treat it differently. So that's a little bit about us. Hopefully, we are a trusted brand today. We have about 280 brands globally that operate on OneBit. Among them, about 70 in India. There are some names that are known. Some of them are from the jewelry industry also in India here. So let's start and talk about problems. So in order to understand how we can create value, we need to understand the constraints. So we need to understand what are the problems that we are dealing with. And we need to understand it very, very well. So if you look at over the last decade, you can identify three main trends of consumer behaviors. If you analyze the consumer behavior, eventually the consumer are the ones that buy from us. You can identify three main trends, big trends that are accelerating with time. The first one is consumers' need for personalization. So consumers are more and more aware about their personalized needs with time, okay? If they want jewelry, they can just open a website and they will see infinite number of options, every options, okay? They can become very, very picky about this. As jewelers, we are aware about this. And we have stores. Each store caters for some catchment area. There is a given traffic to maximize the conversion from this traffic. We need to offer more and more choices. So jewelers are in constant need of enhancing, increasing the assortment. Okay, so that's one challenge that we are facing. On top of that, another behavior or consumer behavior that is accelerating is the consumer need for immediate gratification. Consumers used to have tolerance time in the past to wait for their product. Today, it's getting almost to zero. Okay, I don't need to tell you about quick commerce in India. In the past, you could wait 2 to 3 days for your product. It was fine. Today, we are talking about minutes. Okay, so consumers are becoming more demanding to have the product that they want now. As they need immediate gratification, that's their expectation, and as a result, jewelers need to operate with more stock. Why do we need more stock? Because we need to make sure that it's always available to the customer. So more stock, distributed across more locations, and also sometimes we keep the stock in the warehouse in order to replenish and keep the goods available on time for the stores. So we have more assortment, we need more stock, and the third thing is the fact that consumers are excited about freshness. If you look, for example, at the fashion industry, 10 years ago, it was very common to have fashion brands, known fashion brands, having 2 collections a year. And then it moved to 4 collections a year. And now with fast fashion, we are talking about 50 collections a year. So consumers are getting more and more, I would say, spoiled, aware about the fact that there is freshness, ongoing freshness, and it becomes a major need to drive excitement, to drive them to come to the store. They'll have to see new, which puts, again, jewelers under pressure to introduce more and more new products and more frequently. What happens when you introduce more products and you introduce them more frequently? What happens to the life cycle of these products? It's getting shorter. That means that we have less time to sell these products. So yes, a fine piece of jewelry can maybe stay for 18 months on the shelf, but the real time that it's effective for sale at full price, that it's attractive, is getting shorter with time. So we end up in a situation that we are under pressure to increase assortment and increase inventory, and we have less time to sell this inventory. So let me share with you some ramifications of this based on benchmarks that we have taken from India, and we'll try to understand later why are we seeing this kind of behavior and what does it mean? What is the ramification of this behavior? So the first thing, if I'll be successful in moving it to the next slide. Okay, I think I got it. So the first thing is that we see about 60% plus of the new products in jewelry end up in the tail. Okay? Let me repeat it and so that we'll understand. The tail basically are the products that contribute the least to the sale, say the bottom 5% of sale. And what I claim here is that more than 60% of the new products that we introduce to the store eventually end up as tail. Okay? Not very easy to grab this information because you need to do the analysis of each product that was introduced across store and how many of them eventually ended up in tail. But what it basically means is that a lot of efforts that we've put in designing the next fashion or in scouting vendors like here and choosing the next collections ended up in tail products. Are these bad products? Not necessarily, right? Not necessarily. Jewelers have very good intuition about what can sell, but given that there is so much assortment in the store and we need to carry so much stock and the time to sell is getting shorter, we can easily end up with too much assortment in some categories in stores, and then it's a saturation. There is too much. There is no need for the new product, so it is getting aged. Or maybe that specific product was not a good fit for that specific store, but in another store it sells very well. Okay? So that's one of the benchmarks that I wanted to share. The second one is that less than 15% of the stock of stores is considered fast moving stock. Okay? Now, why is it so important to have more fast movers? The more fast movers you have, your business is more predictable. If only 15% of your inventory is fast mover and 85% of your inventory has sporadic demand, you have no control of your inventory. Okay? So statistically, maybe you are safe, but the ability to predict what would be my performance on the next month is getting slimmer and slimmer. So 15% of it is or less is fast mover, and we can understand why. Because we need a lot of freshness and newness. We don't necessarily identify the fast movers on time and make sure that they are on repeat. We don't necessarily repeat them on time. Let's assume that we have a new product that is a fast mover, potentially fast mover. okay? And we didn't identify it on time. And we sell the product very fast, say within a week. How much time will it take to get this product, the same product, in the store again for sales? I would say at least 45 days, at least, until the time that we put a new order, and then the vendors needs to manufacture this product and send it again to us. So by that time, it's a big loss opportunity. At best, this product can sell 8 pieces a year. If we had it in stock, if we had it in, say, central stock in the warehouse and we could replenish, if we identified it on time, maybe we could sell it 30 times this year, okay? That's one of the reasons that we are not generating bestsellers in enough volumes. The third benchmark that I wanted to share with you is that more than 30% on average of the stock of stores is aged more than 180 days. Now, I'm not talking about high-value categories. I'm not talking about solitaires. I'm not talking about products that have much longer life cycle. I'm talking almost average of any category that you'll take, almost average of any category that you'll take in store, there is about 30% of the stock that is aged more than 180 days. Why did we pick 180 days? No particular reason, just a feeling. If there is a product that they've seen 27 weekends of peak demand and did not sell, then maybe there is no chance that it will sell on the 28th week, and we have statistics to show that the chances to sell it is very, very, very small. So if 30% of our products in the store, of our inventory in the store is not selling, it means that we are considerably harming the effectiveness of our display, shelf space, our ability to create sales conversion. So far, so good? Okay, we are still on the problems. Let's take a deeper view into it, a little bit statistics, but it's important to understand. So if we look at it graphically and we try to understand it, this axis represents the chance to sell, and this is the time. So if I put a new product on shelf, what is the chances that this product will sell in 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and 180 days, and so on? So the distribution will look like this. It's a tail distribution. There are very few products that can sell very fast. That's the industry. It's the nature of jewelry. And there are many products that take long to sell, and then eventually there are some products that can take forever to sell, okay? If we put boundaries, and it doesn't need to be these boundaries, you can choose your own boundaries, but let's assume that we are looking at 45 days and 180 days as criteria for fast and slow, then we can say everything that sells in less than 45 days means it's a good product. It's an indication at least that it's a good product. We call it head, for example. Between 45 to 180, we can call it a belly, a medium product, and more than 180 days is tail, okay? Just for this reference, doesn't need to be the right benchmark for you. Now, what does it mean? What does this distribution mean? It means that we created a system that when we introduce new product, their chances to sell, the majority of these new product chances to sell is around here, okay? And big part of this product will end up in the tail. That distribution does not change with time, okay? If for example, in order to change this distribution, you want to push new products to the store, you'll say, I'll force newness on the store. Do you think the distribution will change? It will not. It will just mean that more of your new products will end up in the tail. Eventually, the distribution does not change with time. That means that we have a system that is aging inventory by design. By the way we planned our store, planograms, the way we do our own process, we are aging inventory. With more aged inventory, more of our stock, our assortment is becoming ineffective. If more of our stock is becoming ineffective, it means that we are compromising a major need of the customer that we wanted to offer assortment. So we will experience loss of sale conversion. With loss of sale conversion, it means that we cannot achieve our sales target, and inventory is farther aged, and this is like a magical vicious circle, if you want, okay? That's the vicious circle that gets us stuck here on this distribution. Now, aged inventory also means that it needs a solution from time to time, otherwise we will further grow the tail. I believe some of you would have provision to melt gold or return some inventory to vendors and get some credit, but it comes at loss, margin loss. So together with loss of sale conversion and margin loss as a result of melting, eventually we are stuck at a vicious circle that is harming our ROI. Now, this is enough about problems. Let's talk solutions. This looks like a very academic session, right? Eventually, we need to buy the next collection of jewelry, put it in the store, drive sale. So we need a practical approach. We don't need an academic session. But eventually, if you look at this slide, this is your compass. It tells you what you need to do. What we need is we need to deal with the three main needs of the customer. And we need to deal with it concurrently at the same time. That is, we must have a system in place to help us control the assortment in the store. We need to align the assortment in each store with demand. What does it mean? The store will have categories, plain gold, studded, platinum, silver, and then subcategories, bangles, earrings, finger rings, and so on, and then attributes, right, into these different pulki, kundan, and so on. And within these attributes, there are SKUs. Eventually, if you look at how many different subcategories you have in a store, it can be hundreds. So we need to find a way to build this logic of assortment for a store from consumer point of view and make sure that we have assortment that is in line with the demand of each subcategory, like this, with the attributes. So this is one, and this needs to be ongoing. The second thing is we need to control our inventory. What does it mean to control our inventory? We want to have more of this head and less of this tail. If we want to have more of this head, we need to identify the head as soon as possible and build a replenishment system for them, to replenish them very fast, speed up the replenishment system. I heard here a Kanban system for replenishment, okay? It's a very good idea in order to deal with fast movers, but it needs to be a dynamic system that on an ongoing basis identify new emerging fast movers and fast movers that are beyond their life cycle that needs to be phased out. And then on the tail, we need to find a way to liquidate tail. The good news is that big part of the tail are not bad products. That's what we've concluded already, right? You have enough intuition on that. But that means that they must have demand elsewhere in other stores. We need to learn for each tail product in which other store it can sell well and make sure that we have a robust system to rotate inventory between stores to help us liquidate the tail. And at last, the third thing is our ability to control freshness. Control freshness mostly means align new product introduction with tail liquidation. We need a system that will tell us how much newness the store really needs, okay? We want to move out from going with infrequent cycles of big new product introduction, big collection that will just starve the stores, will saturate the stores with the new merchandise and cannibalize all of our best sellers. So in order to know how much inventory the store, how much new inventory the store really needs, we need something to guide us from the data. If we do all these three rights, if we do it well, then we will see the distribution moves more towards the left. That is, more inventory will sell faster, okay, and less inventory will get stuck in the tail. And with this, we move from a negative spiral to a positive spiral. We will have more fresh inventory, more effective assortment, higher sales conversion, and eventually will be able to will need to melt or return less inventory, which will lead to higher margin and higher ROI. Okay, does it make sense? Let's see some evidence in the data. So I put here 3 examples from case studies that are published in the public domain for OneBit. So we have 3 fundamentally different environments between Tanishq, Carrot Lane, and Tangamile. I believe you know these brands. I don't have time to go and dwell into all of them, but let me just tell you a little bit about Tanishq, since I was personally leading this initiative. So in Tanishq, what we've seen is when we implemented the same concept, okay, what we've seen is we've seen 12% increase in sales conversion. And as a result of the reduction of tail, there was a significant reduction in melting loss. Okay, we saw a 62% reduction in melting loss. It was consistent. That's a first year results, but consistent year after year. And just imagine, let's assume that melting loss is only 1%. Okay, if you take it down by 62%, it's more than 0.5% that is back into your margin realization. So it's a big boost to the margin. I don't need to tell you plain gold margin is very, very slim, right? It's very small margin. So with this, eventually what they could see is a 22% increase in inventory turn, which means the business is operating on a higher ROI. Okay? Similar results you could see with the other jewelers. It's all in the public domain. You can also browse our website and read more details about this. Let's talk about tech. So far we spoke about theory, we spoke about statistics, about problems. So what do we need from tech to help us take these smarter decisions? So there are 3 pillars to OneBit, that 3 main essential requirements from tech that we need in order to enable this. The first thing is we need a system that is adaptive. Okay, the system needs to learn. It needs to move with time. It cannot operate only on fixed norms and fixed business rules. It doesn't work. Okay, reality changes. The system needs to adapt to reality. The second thing is that the system needs to be granular. Okay, the reason that we are operating with big data is because we need to take decisions on category, subcategory, attribute, SKU location level. Okay, only then we'll be able to know what is the right assortment for the store, what is a good fit for the store or a bad fit for the store and good fit for another store, and so on. And the last thing is that the system needs to be configurable. Why does it need to be configurable? Because you call yourself jewelers, but you operate on completely different categories with completely different buying behavior. The buying behavior of jewelry is plain gold is very different than color stone, very different than studded and the diamonds, and very different definitely with silver and platinum and other categories. Each category has its unique characteristic and it needs different variables, different parameters. So the system needs to be highly configurable so that you can eventually learn what is the right configuration for each of these categories. Okay, so where do we apply these 3 pillars? If you look at it from a supply chain point of view, then OneBit helps you across the entire product life cycle, anywhere from buying, allocation, replenishment, store transfer, and liquidation. And I will mention a little bit, I will try to connect it with the story of assortment, inventory, and life cycle management. So if you look at assortment, the focal point for assortment control is allocation. Okay, allocation of inventory to stores is the point of control that you can control the assortment in the store and make sure that you don't have starvation of assortment and you don't have saturation of assortment. The control of inventory is mostly on buying of fast movers, repeat buying, managing the warehouse, managing the replenishment from the warehouse, the store replenishment, and the tail rotation, which is store transfers, moving inventory between stores to the store that really needs this inventory based on their assortment needs as well, and eventually the life cycle management is controlling the liquidation and the new product introduction. And with this, you basically complete the entire cycle. Okay? That was about one bit. I want to end this presentation with some kind of a proposition. It's a value proposition for you. So we know that this is a lot to take in, and we do not expect jewelers to jump on any disruptive technology that they see. So we came up with a process that we call value discovery. In this process, what we do is we basically get to educate you specifically as jewelers. We use your data, your historical data, a sample data at least. We run it on our data models, and we come back to you with analysis on inventory, on assortment, on life cycle, on where the opportunities are, and eventually quantifying the potential benefit, trying to learn what are the weak points that you have, where are the biggest opportunity, where are the biggest threats, and build some kind of a potential roadmap. We see this process as a win-win because it helps us expose you to our technology and the value of this technology, but it also helps you understand if it makes sense to you and what is the kind of ROI that you can see from this kind of engagement. So this is something that I would like to leave with you as a thought, as a leave behind. If you are interested, you can approach us and we can take you through that kind of process and how we go about it. So that's about it. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I really enjoyed talking to you. And if you have any question, if we have time for question, then please feel free.
Hi, Roy. Thank you for the amazing presentation. So my name is Pranshu. I'm the founder of QuickLens. It's a recent startup. We also help manufacturers, retailers to increase their conversions. The question I wanted to ask you is, have you also worked, has OneBeat also worked on one step before, basically in the customer journey where customer walks into the store and some of the customers who don't know what they actually want to buy, they don't know the taste, and mapping their taste to the products that we have in store. Something like shop the look. Let's say, if you show them what Alia Bhatt is wearing, what are some of the celebrities in India wearing, and you map it to their taste, and then finally help them narrow down to what exactly is their taste and kind of product range they're interested in. That also increases conversions. Is that also something that you help retailers with?
No, it's a fantastic thought. We are seeing so much work to do where we focus today, which is helping the planners and the merchandisers, the supply chain team, to take smarter decisions. We also use some AI for product similarity, image recognition, and things like that to help them take smarter decisions. Maybe when we have more capacity and time, we can explore this option as well.
Would love to connect back after the meeting.
Hi, I'm Shafi from Subi Gold. My question is, what will be the size of the jewelry that can benefit from OneBeat?
Okay, it's a fantastic question. So since the benefit comes from big data, and since jewelry is usually a format that offers many SKU in its stores, then normally what our benchmark is that anywhere from 4 stores and above, you start to see the value of OneBeat. So that's more or less the starting point. Maybe in the future we'll come up with more features and more friendly for smaller jewelers. But for now, this is our ICP, I would say, from 4 and above.
I have a follow-up question.
Please.
So the data what we input, right, that helps you to come up with the analysis. So my historical data may not be having the details what you are looking for. So how do you address that?
Good. So first of all, we are ERP agnostic. We can connect with any system. What we do is we have a process to refine historical data. As I told you, data is our expertise. So we take the data that you have. We work with experts from the industry. Part of our team is experts from in jewelry specifically. We understand your attributes, your capabilities, the consumption data that you have. And the first work is try to refine the historical data to the best that we can. But from the minute that we start, we build our own data lake, okay, with your data, and we build it right. Okay, so whatever we can take decisions from your historical data, it would be good to start with, but it will improve with time, with more learning.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sagar. Sagar. Okay.
Pleasure.
On your point of view, from your experience, how many attributes, minimum attributes need for one specific jewelry to identify its attributes?
So it's not about how many attributes, okay? Most retailers, most jewelers will have the minimum set of attributes that are required, okay? And sometimes we feel that the more the merrier, but sometimes not, because sometimes you have too much, okay? And also many attributes come from the vendors and not from the customer perspective, okay? Like different technology for chains and things like that that do not help you much in taking smarter merchandising decision. When we work together, we know, we have our baseline, we know which attributes makes more sense and which less, and we work with whatever we have. The reason that we need the attribute mostly is to define what we call capsules for assortment groups. Assortment groups, basically what you call subcategories, but usually you don't manage it this way. So we want to identify what is the minimum capsule that define the demand of the consumer. Okay, for example, if it's a ring, okay, then gold ring, that gold ring within a specific weight band, okay, because if I come to buy a gold ring, it's not that I can stretch my budget forever, right? I come with some budget in mind, so there is some kind of a weight band or a price point or price band that within that. And if it's has some size, decoration, some things like that that define eventually a demand, okay? And then we work out and build this kind of a merchandise model, and then the algorithms start to learn with respect to the demand of these capsules, okay? That's when I say adjust them to demand, I refer primarily to this.
Thank you so much, everyone. I would like to stop the Q&A session here, right here, because we have the next session to start on. Thank you, Mr. Roy Ras, for sharing such an insightful presentation with us. We are glad that you gave your precious time to us. Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Mr. Mansukh Kothari to felicitate our speaker.
Sir, wait. Come.
Let's give a big round of applause. Once again, thank you so much, sir, for your time.
हेलो आप तीनों भी साथ में आ रहे हैं
I would request everyone to please settle down as we'll be starting the next session now.
Hey, check, test, one, one, check, this, one, two.
A humble request to the people who are standing at the main entrance. I request everybody, please settle down as we are about to begin with this next talk session. So I request everyone, please settle down. सभी लोग अपने स्थान ग्रहण कर ले. हम अगले कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत करने वाले हैं. धन्यवाद. Check. All right, once again, a humble request to everyone, those who are present here, please settle down inside, take your seats as we are about to begin with the next talk show. I request everyone, the people who are standing at the main door, I request everyone, please take your seats as we are about to begin with the show. Thank you. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to iijjs Signature Mumbai 2026, where the craftsmanship meets the commerce and the tradition meets tomorrow. It's just not as an exhibition, it's a global moment, connections, shine, and the future of jewelry industry is shaped here. Over the next 1 hour, I'm going to take you to this talk show, which is presented as Innovate Talk Show, which will explain how the Indian jewelry is strengthening its global footprint, how wealth is being multiplied across the generations, and how business can strategically position themselves in an evolving international market. This session brings together the leaders who have built advice and scaled the big business across the borders. So let's welcome our guest at the Innova Talks. मैं चाहूँगा हमारे सभी मुख्य अतिथियों के लिए जरा तालियां जोरदार होनी चाहिए. So starting with our first person who will be on the dais to speak with us is none other than the founder director of Manoj Ornaments Private Limited, a legacy, a jewelry house which was established in 1971, known for its excellence in diamond and gemstones. With over 28 years of experience in the jewelry industry, he has transformed the company from a tradition manufacturing house into a global recognized brand with the operations spanning from India, USA, Singapore, UAE and US. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome with a huge round of applause, Mr. Sanjay Jain, sir.
Nikhil bhai, thank you very much, Nikhil bhai.
So beyond business growth, Jain sir's contribution extend to the national and diplomatic shapes. He has honor for creating exclusive mementos for the PMO offices and various government institutions, celebrating the India's craftsmanship on the national stage. Of course, there is a very big legacy behind Manoj Ornaments, and of course, Sanjay sir is here. We'll begin with this talk show with Sanjay sir.
Do you have mic? Nikhil sir as a AV. Okay, पहले जगत sir और निखिल भाई को भी बुला दो AV. We are sorry for the delay, but I think we'll start quickly. Jagat sir, yeah, please.
Also, we have our next guest who will be the part of this talk show. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for Dr. Jagat Shah? A multipreneur with the 8 businesses is on an exciting journey of giving a diverse background spanning over 27 years in international trade advisory, economic development and business mentoring. He brings to you a wealth of knowledge, experience, expertise in the realm of global business. He has trained almost 7,000 companies in several countries who have started exporting worth millions of dollars. Zordar तालियां होनी चाहिए जगत सर के लिए. His journey as a mentor on the road has taken him across the 5 countries, working on a myriad of projects in various industries, from engineering to agriculture, from art and craft to food biz, from renewable energy to the tourism. He had the privilege to collaborate with diverse communities and business worldwide. Self-driving 6 lakh kilometers in last 20 years. क्या बात है सर. जोरदार तालियां जगत शाह सर के लिए. Thank you so much. Also, we have our next person who will be on the dais for this talk show. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Mr. Nikhil Naik, sir. Mr. Nikhil Naik, sir, is a distinguished entrepreneur with over 25 years of expertise in personal finance and wealth management. As a Chief Growth Officer at AD Naik Wealth, he plays important role in shaping forward thinking investment strategies and empowering individual and families to achieve the financial well-being. Recognized as a thought leader in the industry, Mr. Naik had been featured in leading publications including the Times of India, the Economic Times, the Mint. He has also been a prominent voice on ABP Maza Marathi television program Paisa Zhala Motha and has educated more than 12,000 individuals through his extensive involvement in investors education initiatives. Zordar Talia, Nikhil Naik sir ke liye. Thank you so much, Nikhil sir, Jagat sir and Sanjay sir for being here with us for this talk show. So a small AV of our guest.
Thank you very much, Nikhil bhai. We have Jagat sir now. All the way yours, Jagat sir. Jagat bhai has been guiding 70 countries. He is a part of United Nations, supporting entrepreneurs to grow their export. And I feel being a Gem and Jewelry Export Promotion Council and in taking exports to a next level, there are, I hear from people, English ke Hindi. Hindi, mix. Okay, Habibi also. Don't know, but little. English, Hindi, okay, right. So we have global offices, India, Hong Kong, UAE, USA. Sun never sets at our premises. Sanjay bhai is over here. Since 2007, we know each other. Jagat sir, all way yours. He is Kuber of knowledge for export and import. In short, I can say only this much. All the way yours, Jagat bhai, please.
Thank you. Hello.
PPT.
PPT laga. I think I'll take that mic.
Jagat sir has come all the way from us. All the way from Ahmedabad. He is already having an appointment tomorrow. We just made sure that he said, Sanjay, it's for council, it's for the country, I'll make it. He owns 70 villages. Jagat bhai, am I right? 70 villages to take it next level. The government programs, what he does in 1,000 days. He does fantastic work. He does fantastic work for the country. 70 villages, he modernized the whole village. He takes complete responsibility and the villages are doing fantastic. Thank you, Jagat sir, all the way yours.
Thank you, Sanjay bhai. And welcome everyone. So I would like to just know with a raise of hand from all of you, that how many of you are into manufacturing? How many into trading? And how many into service providing? Okay. So how many of you are exporting? And how many of you want to start export? Right. I am at the right place. Okay. How many of you know about a AI tool called Lavender? Okay. How many of you heard about a AI tool called Apollo? Okay. And how about Sales Navigator? Okay. Interesting. How about online negotiation assistant of ChatGPT? Okay, so very few. So friends, today what I am going to take you through is just there was a time when जब भारत को सोने की चिड़िया बोलते थे, हम सब ने पढ़ा, we have all read in history. You know, that time 25% of the world GDP was Indian. Today it is 3%. Why we were called Sone ki Chidiya? Why we were called a golden bird? Because we were not only very prosperous within the country, but we were exporting. And there was no industrial revolution, there was no engine, no electricity. But we were exporting in a sailboat with a cloth sail, and wherever there is a wind, the boat will go. And we were exporting spices and herbs and a fabric which would pass, and a fabric which would pass from a ring. We had that knowledge. It was the knowledge economy. And we were not exporting spices for taste. We were exporting spices for herbs for, we knew that which herb can heal what human ailment. That knowledge we had. Now we are back to knowledge economy after many, many years of industrial economy. Right? Today we are back to knowledge economy. Example is IT industry. Example is the vaccine which we developed, which multinational companies used to take 10 years to develop. We developed in a year. Today the entire world economy is $112 trillion. 112 trillion. And US economy is the largest, 30 trillion. So we see all the dadagiri which is happening. Right? It is because of that. It is the largest, almost 25% what India was when we were Sone ki Chidiya. I mean, China is 19 trillion. And Germany 4.4, India, we just crossed Japan. We are fourth largest. We will soon be third largest. However, we are still 3% of economy. My question is to all of you, will you grow faster in a 4 trillion Indian economy or a 108 trillion economy which is outside India? So that 108 trillion economy is called export, right? And our export figures are growing. Our Prime Minister has said that we want to be a $5 trillion economy, but more importantly, a developed economy by 2047. We did a research, and we actually submitted a report to PMO saying that there is not a single country in the world which became a developed country without high percentage of their GDP coming through export. So that from that perspective, each one of us, it's our national duty as an entrepreneur to see to it that we take our business global. Our export figures have been growing well. My question to all of you, those who are, you are all in jewelry, I'm assuming it's a jewelry show. Do you think our jewelry can be exported to China? How many of you think it can be exported to China? Okay, four of you. Do you think Indian garments, clothes, shirt, trouser, t-shirt, can it be exported to China? Okay, only two. You know, you will be surprised. Last year, China imported $10.53 billion of garments. Imported, mind you. And out of that, $300 million was exported by 26 companies from India to China. And entire textile industry says it's difficult to work with, to beat China. Same thing applies in jewelry. We have not explored the markets. Right? Let me show you some figures. Now let me come to some interesting thing. Basically, what is happening is, so basically, data is the new oil. I see some people here from Middle East. Middle East was not so prosperous 60, 65 years back. They got oil, they became rich. Today, data is the new oil. If you know how to mine data, analyze data, but add a story to the data. Most of our businesses in jewelry are legacy businesses. 3 generation, 4 generation, 5 generation. But we are not telling our story. Today, even today, Jeff Bezos, 5th richest man in the world, is telling his story. He's still telling his story in Instagram, in his personal profile. I was working in a 20 feet by 20 feet room alone, doing coding to sell books on Amazon because I did not have money to pay salary for one person for 1.5 years. He's telling his story. He's 5th richest in the world. His company's sales is $638 billion. We are not telling our story. So story is very important. The world market of jewelry, $362 billion, 32 lakh, 58,000 crore. Gold, diamond, silver, of course, gold is large. And total market size of jewelry in India is 90 billion. Again, if you see, if you compare, where will you grow faster, right? And China's import, in 2025, China's jewelry import was $94 billion. Who is this who is exporting to China? And how is it that we cannot do that? Right? We have to first open our mind to possibilities. There is a very interesting American model. How many of you heard about a word called SPANCO? SPANCO. SPANCO is an American marketing model. I consider myself to, I started my career in an American company in Xerox. I think then until today, Xerox is the best marketing company in the world, no match. Xerox has a SPANCO model. This is the export market entry model. Suspect which country can be buyer of your product, prospect in that country who can be the buyer of your product, but in a very scientific way. I will show you a demo. And then approach them and negotiate, close, order and payment. In today's world of AI, except for closing skill, everything is being done by AI. But do we know about it? That is what I'm saying. Make knowledge the raw material of your business. You think that raw gold is your raw material, design is your raw material, workmanship is your raw material. How about knowledge as a raw material? We are not making knowledge as a raw material of our business. And if you are able to do that, all of this you will be able to do. Now, I will encourage all of you today when you go home office, check out trademap.org. This is by International Trade Center in Geneva. And every country in the world submits their customs data to them. And they put it together. If you, for example, jewelry, articles of gold, silver jewelry, if you write 7113 HS code, you will see list total import market size in the world. With each country importing how much from which country and which companies are importing. It is an open data. You just have to register yourself. That is where the starting of S, suspect, which country can be buyer of your product in a scientific way. Second is Government of India, Ministry of Commerce. Same data Customs Department has got in India. That which product is exported to which country, how much, increasing to decreasing value. When I looked at that, I saw India's jewelry export in 7113 HS code. Highest was to US, UAE, Netherlands, UK, China, Singapore. But you know, you will be surprised. This is not the order of import in the world. This is an order of India's export. Highest import in the world is being done by Hong Kong. Second by UAE, third by USA, fourth by Switzerland, fifth by Turkey. Right? But you don't see Switzerland here in top 10. Now that is what I'm saying is the power of data. It gives you a direction of market. And then there are a lot of, see, with the WTO Agreement on Information Act, all the customs, 120 countries' customs data is open online. There is a Canadian Customs Importer Database, no registration required. Simply you go, you just write your HS code and you will find a list of importers who are importing your jewelry with list of companies. You just have to find them out into who is the decision maker. So suspect, country, prospect. There are so many tools of AI by which you can find out who is the prospect. And of course now innovation. So innovation is a very interesting part. I will come to it later. We are running short on time. But there is an interesting method of innovation. How many of you heard about design thinking? So I will encourage others to go to YouTube and check design thinking for jewelry. Design thinking is a structured approach of innovation, right? And these are the 4 elements. See, in India, we are traditionally very good entrepreneurs, but we are not using strategy as a business model. We are very transactional. We want one order. We want one customer and a few customers and many customers. We are not strategic. Most of the Western nations are strategic. We will have to become strategic. What is strategic? What is the definition of competitiveness? Efficiently create goods and services which meet global market demand, leading to rising living standard for everybody in the society, which is sustainable into the future. These 4 elements, are they in your business or not? You have to think. What is efficiently create innovation? Are you different? There must be 100,000 companies like you in India. What is your differentiator? Until and unless you have a differentiator, you will be challenged with price, you will be challenged with market access, and so many things. Which meet global market demand. To me, if you are not exporting, you may be earning crores of rupees in India, but you are not competitive if you are not exporting. Why? The moment you start exporting, you come to know about the best practices of your business in the world. And when you bring it to India, your Indian business improves. your Indian business becomes more competitive, leading to rising living standard for everybody in the society, which is about equity and sustainable into the future. Now, so many, all the young generation, the younger generation of today, they are very, very sensitive towards ESG, towards traceability, towards, so many aspects. We will have to incorporate that. And knowledge, this is a very interesting thing we developed in pandemic, which is called KEYDW. And this has become now the framework of World Bank. We are now in a knowledge economy, eco-friendly economy, youth-driven economy, digital economy, and work-from-home economy. So all of these elements has to be part of your business. This is the strategic approach to export. And another very interesting strategy export aspect is called helix, triple helix of competitiveness. Triple helix. Government, academia, and industry. So our academia to industry connect in India is very poor. So until and unless you bring academia, and academia is in relation to design. So design is a differentiator, right? And design is a service. So if you attach a service to your product, you will bypass the challenge of, you will bypass the challenge of price. There are 10 methods of market entry. I think I will encourage you, we will send, if we have the data, we will mail all of them. But there are 10 methods of market entry. Sales Navigator, I will encourage all of you who are not working on it. It is an amazing tool. It is my challenge. There is not a single person in the world whose phone number you cannot find from Sales Navigator. I challenge. Or a direct email ID. Right? So this is the tool by which you will be able to find Apollo. Apollo is amazing AI tool. It not only does discovery, there is a very 3 stages of getting business globally. One is discovery, another is called engagement, and the third is called closing an order. So discovery is finding a customer, engagement is getting into communication, and closing a deal. All of that is done under Apollo. And you will be surprised, I will encourage you to take a free demo. There is a free demo of it, and you will see. So friends, as an entrepreneur, I always say, don't run the business, grow the business. You can do either one of the two. Right? Who will run? People will run. Hire the right people. You are economic soldiers of the country. Be very, very proud to be an entrepreneur. Thank you very much.
Jagat bhai, we had rushed you. I'm sorry. We have one more mic, I think.
Hello, check. All right, sir, would like to ask just one question. What's the one mindset that Indian exporters must adapt to stay relevant and competitive in a global market over the next decade?
See, I will tell you what all I have told you so far. I worked in US with American company Xerox. I learned how American companies do business. I worked in China. I was CEO of a textile company in China for 6 years. From 70 lakh to 4,000 crore export we became in 6 years. How Chinese company does. The difference between American, Chinese and Indian is aggression. We are not aggressive. We are not, see, foundation of business is risk-taking. Risk-taking. We have to take more risk. And one fundamental thing I will leave you with this thought. This is the American concept. This is where we have failed. It is okay to fail. Fail early and fail small. Just because from my childhood, my parents told me, in the class you cannot fail. I have grown up with the fear of failure. There is no question of innovation. There is no question of risk-taking. Right? So it's okay to fail. Fail early, fail small. That is the foundation of innovation. And innovation is the differentiator in your business. Otherwise, there are 100,000 people doing your business.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, Jagat bhai. Jagat bhai has always been helpful to people who really want to export. From scratch, he can do hand-holding. We will share his number. Can we share your number? We will share you his number if anybody wants to he has done hand-holding of many people in the world, and he has helped us also in developing exports. So thank you very much. Over here to you, Nikhil bhai. Please. Nikhil sir.
All right, our next speaker for this talk show will be the Chief Growth Officer for AD Naik Wealth, Mr. Nikhil Naik, sir. Can we have a big round of applause for Nikhil Naik, sir?
Nikhil bhai is my very good friend.
Also would like to mention Nikhil Naik sir is the alumni of IIM Ahmedabad.
So Nikhil bhai, just we are a part of a business coach, and he represented something which is one of my gurus since last 20 years, Warren Buffett. So I'm wrong in pronunciation maybe.
Warren Buffett.
Warren Buffett.
You are right actually.
बरोबर म्हणले ना?
A lot of people say Warren Buffett and he doesn't like it actually.
Okay. So he is personally met him, and there's lot to see. You just see our ice of iceberg today. We have seen the whole session, and it was like nobody moved for like 1 hour. Over to you, Nikhil bhai, please.
Thank you so much.
There's a lot to take. What you'll hear today, there's a lot to take. Thank you.
Thank you. Presenter. Thank you. It's an honor to speak after Jagat sir. And Jagat sir, thank you so much. You touched upon so many things. So very quickly, we are going to talk about my favorite and many of your favorite guru. So yeah, and I'm going to talk about 3 things that we can take away from here. First of all, how many of you are from Mumbai? Oh, okay. And how many of you are from outside Mumbai? So welcome all to our beautiful, beautiful city of Mumbai. It's just so much of joy to have all of you here. And in the next 15-20 minutes, we'll cover something which I have learned in last few years. And how many of you have learned about Warren Buffett? Okay, great. Chalo. We'll talk about it. So, you know, I run a wealth management firm and we are very honest people, so we want to show the disclaimer first. But हम लोग वो भी देखते हैं कि आप पढ़ नहीं पाओ, इतना छोटा रख देते हैं. So I have been a wealth coach for last 25 years, helped more than 18,000 investors, and we manage about 4,300 crores of assets in mutual fund. So therefore, investment and Warren Buffett becomes very, very close to my heart. So like Manoj, Sanjay bhai, Manoj ornament jaisa hi my organization is also fairly old, 36 years old, and yeah, we have a team of 95. So we have clients across, and I'm going to learn a lot many things from Jagat sir to expand my business outside India. Currently, we manage investments at about 26 odd countries. So this is our mission, to create 1,000 families with 100 crore plus portfolio, and that's our mission. We want to create, jinka hai 100 crore already, we want to take it to 1,000 crores or so. And thank you Sanjay bhai, thank you Jagat sir, and thank you iijjs for hosting me here. I love this forum. Why do I really love this forum? Because of you all. I think jewelry is a very, very, very precious business, so to speak. You all enjoy so much of great relationship and trust with your own clients, your customers. You have customers for decades. I know, बचपन से हम लोग एक ज्वेलर के पास जाते थे. My mother would say, सोना लेना है तो यहीं से लेना है. And I'm sure we will continue to buy from some of you here. So when I speak to a lot of jewelers, ना वो लोग बोलते हैं यार धंधा बहुत अच्छा है, but 2-3 चीज़ें हैं जो समझ नहीं आती है. एक है जब बच्चों का एजुकेशन आता है तो वाइट का पैसा देने को अखरता है. The other is when we travel abroad, we don't know how when you know our wives swipe the card or husband swipe the card, वाइट का पैसा चला जाता है तो थोड़ा दुख हो जाता है. So we'll talk about some of these things today. And I want to actually congratulate all of you. Buffett का जो partner है Charlie Munger, he has said this, and this is one of my favorite quote. He talks about who are the most successful people. So he says they're not the ones who are smartest, but they are always a learning machine. And can we have a big round of applause for all of you for being here, attending these sessions, continue to learn something, although you are extremely successful in your own businesses. So why should we really learn about Warren Buffett? And I'll just give you a bit of, for those of you who have not had much chance to explore Buffett's life, I'll give you some hint. These are the companies that he owns. He has ownership in American Express, Coca-Cola, Heinz, BYD, how many of you know BYD? Many of you, right? But he bought this company 13 years ago. He bought a stake in this company 13 years ago. He owns 5 best companies in Japan. Stake in 5 best companies in Japan. There are hundreds of books written on his life. And this is his net worth. This is slightly old, 16 lakh crore rupees is what his net worth is. And we will learn 3 things today, each from life, each from business, and each one from investing. I have a whole presentation, Sanjay Bhai spoke about it. It's a 1-hour presentation. If you scan a QR code, I'll have it sent to you. So this is what Buffett earns from Coca-Cola every year. Every time you drink a Coca-Cola, 11 can जब पीते हो आप, तब एक can का पैसा Buffett को जाता है. And this is the dividend he gets every year from Coca-Cola. And no wonder यहाँ पर हम लोगों ने देखा एक और कोला चालू हो गया, कैंपा कोला. No wonder why the big boss wants to be in cola business. This is the power of passive income. So Buffett के life पे one of the principles that I learned, and I had an opportunity to meet his daughter this year, and she's also 71. For all of you, Buffett is 96. He just retired this year, and he's always known to eat junk food. Always. In fact, he has a card which is a McDonald's ka gold card. Only 2 people have this. One is given to Bill Gates. दूसरा कार्ड दिया है वॉरेन बफेट को. बिल गेट्स का फ़र्क ये है कि ही कैन यूज़ दैट कार्ड एनीवेयर इन द वर्ल्ड, एंड वॉरेन बफेट का कार्ड का फ़र्क है कि ही कैन ओनली यूज़ इन ओमाहा वेयर ही लिव्स. और बफेट बोलते हैं मुझे कोई फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता, मेरा कार्ड उसका कार्ड सेम है, बिकॉज आई डोंट ट्रैवल आउटसाइड ओमाहा, सो आई एम ओके. एंड मोस्ट ऑफ हिज पार्टीज हैपन इन मैकडोनल्ड्स. Most of the things happen in McDonald's. So I asked his daughter that he eats so much of junk food. So it's a public information. 4 Coca-Cola every day at 96 also. And oh, zero nahi, sugar wala pura. So I asked his daughter, how come he's so healthy? She was also puzzled, and she said, Nikhil, you must come home to see if there is food on the table. Sabse jo unhealthy hai, the fried stuff he would want to eat. So I said, what is the secret? And उन्होंने ये कहा भी है, Warren Buffett has said, कि अगर मेरा कोई twin brother होता और वो रोज ब्रोकली और गर्म पानी पीता, hot water and broccoli, he would have been dead long back and I would have been alive.
80 साल में मर जाता.
Correct.
Sorry,
and
my bad.
So one thing she said that I have always seen him very happy. He never takes stress. And the other thing that his partner has said, वो बोलते there are 7 sins in life, and one of them, he said, one of the worst sins to have is to envy someone. Never be jealous of anyone, and that's one thing that has kept. His partner died at the age of 99. I think he was short of 21 days to his 100th birthday. So they've always been contented and happy. मतलब इतना सारा wealth है, it doesn't matter to them. So that's one thing. Second, now we will talk about business, because you all are saying, यार बाकी सब ठीक है, धंधे का बात करो. So let's talk about business. What does he say? And they published a book this year of 65 years of Berkshire Hathaway. And one of the lines which is written in there, how many of you have a partnership business here? How many of you have partners? Great, great. So he says that their definition of partnership is, it's not a legal contract between 2 individuals, but it is an emotional alliance between 2 people that are committed to each other's growth. Now look at it such a way that this is the book that they published, and look at it this way, 57 से 23 का partnership था दोनों का. I mean, I think life is all about partnership, whether it is your spouse, whether it is your husband, whether it is your wife, whether it is your team members, or whether it is your clients. Can we work towards their growth? And your growth, our growth becomes a byproduct. And that, I think, is the fundamental of why having a 60 years of partnership. I mean, they were going so strong. And you know, ये जिसने लिखा, उसका जो partner है, उसका wealth केवल 2% था of Warren Buffett. But he was so happy about it. He never had any qualms. Buffett has said this, कि मेरे से ज़्यादा smart Charlie है. But Charlie never had any qualms about मेरा 2% क्यों, उसका 100% क्यों. He was happy within that, within his space. And I think that was the reason why they lived so long. Now we'll talk about business, one more thing. And Buffett has always said, whenever he's been presented with, so you all know he's one of the richest investors. He always goes and hunts for good companies at a bargain price. And उसको हमेशा बहुत बार investment के लिए opportunities आती है. In fact, वो बोलता है कि मेरा काम क्या है? तो मेरा काम है phone का wait करना, phone बजता है, phone उठाना और बोलना नहीं यार मुझे I don't want to invest in your business. That's all he does all the time. He's been very selective while investing in any business. So he says, take a simple idea. Whatever your business is, whatever your, मतलब आप 80-20 लगा लो, whatever is selling in your business, I'm sure it will be a very simple product. Take that simple product and expand it. And that is why he's invested in Coca-Cola. He didn't invest in Apple for a very, very, very long time until he realized that Apple is becoming a brand. And he has said that Apple is an essential luxury. Essential luxury, ज़रूरत की luxury है. And that is when he invested. And so keep that business ideas very small, keep expanding to those businesses. And that is why he loves Coke. I had an opportunity, how many of you have heard this name, Borshim? Borshim is a brand which Buffett owns completely actually. And it was a family jewelry business which he bought in Omaha. So I had that opportunity to meet Andrian. Andrian is one of the key leaders in Borshim. And I was talking to her about how does, because her office and Buffett's office is close by. So they have a lot of time interacting with Buffett and they've seen Warren Buffett very closely. So this year when Buffett had an annual conference, he said he reads 50 balance sheets every month. At the age of 96, he reads 50 balance sheets every month. And so ऐसा हुआ, they wanted to expand. Borshim wanted to expand and they wanted to start a store outside Omaha. So they went to Warren Buffett and said, we want to start expanding now. So we want to open a store outside Omaha. So first question Buffett asked was, so who's going to go there in that store? She said, we'll hire people. And he said, it doesn't work like that. You cannot transfer culture like that. Someone has to go, set up that office, set up that store, build that culture and then take it forward. And so this is what he said. Culture is extremely important. And you have to go back and see, even if you have 1 or 2 people, if you have 10 people, 100 people, you just have to look at what is the culture you are trying to build. And there are things that you can build for building a culture. And maybe in my presentation that I'll send it to you, we'll try and inculcate some notes. The other thing she said, Warren looks at every month our P&L, but he never questions about sales. Sale कितना हुआ देखता ही नहीं है. The only thing that he circles is अगर inventory बढ़ रहा है ना, तो he'll make a small red circle and send it back. And if the profitability is going down, he'll make a small circle and send it back. That's all he does. So if you are doing a monthly check of your business, just keep looking at 2 things. Is the inventory low or high, or is the profitability low or high? That's the only thing that you need to really do. On how much time do I have now?
Very few.
2-3 minutes?
Yeah.
Should I complete this investing what he talks about investing? Yeah. So Jeff Bezos asked him that your investment thesis is so simple. It is so simple. मतलब उसने कोई AI company में invest नहीं किया, कुछ नहीं किया. But how come you are so successful and not many other people are not so successful? So you know what he said? Does anyone know what he said? He said this, because nobody wants to get slow rich. And I'll tell you something, building a business and investing is very simple. It takes 15 years to build a strong business. It takes 15 years to build a strong wealth portfolio. But it takes 20 years to know that it takes 15 years. Because first 5 years you'll make mistakes and you'll know that it doesn't work.
तब तक तो 2-3 बार गिर ही जाते हैं.
Exactly. Does it happen in real life? I'll just end this with a real story. I had a client whom I met in 2004. He had done PhD in stock market and he thought he will be able to beat some of the smart stockbrokers. He didn't. He was not able to do that. So he took a professor's job and then he retired. When he retired, he called me and said, I have 40 lakhs to invest. तू बता क्या करना है? But एक चीज़ है, I don't want to keep this money for myself. I want you to give this money to my son. And this was in 2004. So 2004, 40 lakhs was also a big amount. And we invested that money and uncle kept the promise. He did not touch that money. 2018, uncle passed away. We transferred the money to his wife. Any guesses what could have been the value? 18 years. Sorry, this is not the slide, but 40 lakhs has become 32 crores today. And that is what a long-term investing can happen. I encourage you all, you're all in the business. One GST raid, one legal dispute, one family conflict can disturb your investments, disturb your wealth, because most of your, I work with many jewelers and there are some friends who are sitting here. Most of the times your wealth is in the showcases. And but the liquid capital has to be outside the business. आपका ज्वेलरी वेट में कंपाउंड होता है, ग्रामेज में कंपाउंड होता है. The portfolio can compound, money must compound in time. The reason Buffett is successful is he started at the age of 25. लोग बोलते हैं 11, it is not true. It is 25 to 96. That is the time he's given for his investments. And that is why he's one of the richest. He is the richest investor in the world. So that's all. I request you all to take this journey of building a very strong business, reaching a 100 crore portfolio. I have a small test. You all can scan this. You can run this test at your leisure and check where are you guys. If you scan this, put in your number and email ID. I will ensure that I send a detailed presentation.
निखिल भाई थोड़ा वो स्कैन नहीं कर पा रहे उस बाजू से.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay, great. Nikhil bhai, there are many things about Warren Buffett, what he said, so many points, but very few could cover because we had to club this. Thank you very much, Nikhil bhai.
Thank you so much, guys.
Can we have a big round of applause for Nikhil bhai? And Nikhil bhai, can you share your details so I think so.
Yeah,
there?
I think if you scan this, you will get this. You will get to put your number and name and email ID. Somebody from my office will get in touch with you. You do this test. It's a 7-question test. These are some of the questions. And then we'll get your name and email ID. I'll give you my, these are the questions. Is your wealth well diversified or not? And do you do quarterly review? So take this test. This will give you a score like this.
Book.
But yeah, I'm on LinkedIn. You can, should I give my email ID and phone number? What is that?
Yeah, you can give, that's not a problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you could just drop a WhatsApp to 98210. That's my ES number, 79462. And you'll get the entire presentation. Shuman, is that possible? Yeah? Or you want to give your number?
Okay.
He's here. You will get a detailed note on Buffett's presentation and if you need anything else.
Sure.
Yeah? Thank you so
Nikhil
much.
bhai,
Guys.
thank you very much.
Thanks
Thank
a
you
lot.
very much.
Sanjay bhai.
Jagat bhai has left. I have his cards if somebody wants to speak with him. He had a flight to catch for Aurangabad. He had already booked a session. He genuinely squeezed time for me on request and to give back the industry. So coming back, thank you Nikhil bhai and thank you Jagat bhai as well. Warren Buffett is very close to me. Have anybody seen our diaries? We send annually diaries to our clients. Okay. Sanjay bhai, my first page is of Warren Buffett. We have Sanjay bhai over here from Tanmay Jewelry, Houston. So over here next, will not take much time. Oh, books alag. Can I call the guest? You can call. So we have very less time. We would be calling guest names. Please come, and then we will have a small private collection book launch over here of our private collection, which takes really a good time to make. And I'll brief you by the time when sir is announcing. Ash.
All right. May I request our guest of honors for the book launch? Please welcome with a big round of applause, Mr. Chetan Kumar Mehta, the Lakshmi Diamond Bangalore. Zara taaliyan zordar ho jaye. Then we have Nirupa Bhatt ma'am. We everyone know her for her leadership and expertise role in GIA and business consultant. Then we have Ashish Pete sir, the ex-chairman of All India Gems and Jewelry Domestic Council and a renowned name of Vaman Hari Pete Jewelers. Then we have our next guest of honor, Shailesh Sanghani sir. He has been a guru of Sanjay Jain sir and the founder and MD of Priority Jewels.
Shailesh bhai is here. Even Nirupama ji, please. Mender bhai.
Then
Mender
we
bhai,
have
please come.
Kirit Bansali sir, the chairman for GJEPC.
Mender bhai, please join. Sanjay bhai, please. Sanjay bhai, all the way from Houston. Dallas. From US. Please come.
Of course, welcoming Mr. Sanjay Singhania, the owner of Tanmay Jewelry from Dallas, USA.
Diary books.
And also we have the executive director of GJEPC, Sabyasachi Ray.
Sir, I don't see him. Come. Yeah, please. Now we just need to open, that's all. Yeah, we'll help. I think my team will.
So ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to present a book that goes beyond the jewelry. And
sorry, we didn't give trap it. Sorry, it's just come. So, sweetie, khol ke do na, please. Mahavir. Yeah. So I made a necklace on Ketsai long back. I relaunched that book in a small size, and then we are coming up with private collections. This collections takes time to make. So each collection takes like 3 months to 2 years. Certain stones I have been collecting like 15 years, 10 years, 7 years. And we are making a lot collections over here. So we will be coming with private collections. Hold on, Mari book. Yeah. Yeah, we will bring. They are bringing one more book, yeah. No, they are giving. Chetan bhai's industry is next level. He's taken industry on such a next level. Ashish bhai, Chetan bhai, Nirupama ji, Mehender ji, they are next level for industry. We have been blessed to have such kind of diamonds, in our industry. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Okay, can we stay back for the photographs, please?
Thank you. Yeah. So we have the Ketsai book over here while you go. It's for everyone. Thank you all very much to be a part of this event. Thank you, Ashish bhai. He's always been grateful. Nirupama ji, I was a student when I used to sit at the first bench and hear Nirupama ji. Nirupama, thank you. Thank you all very much. Please, we have made a gold box of 1.6 kg with 65 carat diamonds. It's at 25C. If anybody wants to see that innovation, it took 1 year to make. And we have, Bhumi and Chetna, please join. Bhumi and Chetna, my bad. Quickly, I think we need to hand over. They can start arranging, you can start arranging whatever you want, don't worry. Yeah, please. Hum log, main, Chetan bhai, we are all good friends, don't worry. Oh, we had Meenakshi ma'am also, okay. Chetna, can my team come quickly? The Launchpad team can start arranging, don't wait for us, okay. Thank you. So, she is my girlfriend. My daughter. So, thank you very much. Kunal, please come quickly. You don't wait for us, you can start arranging. Yeah, chalo. Okay. I can't hold Chetan bhai, for sure. Chetan bhai, मैंने उनको बोला arrange करने के लिए.
All right.
My nephew.
For a minute, I would request all our three speakers, Sanjay sir, Nikhil sir, please be present on the stage. We are about to begin with the felicitation. I would request Manoj Kothari sir.
We can do over here also.
Mansukh Kothari sir, please come forward.
Mansukh bhai,
मनसुख सर प्लीज आगे आ जाइए.
Mansukh bhai is, you know, thank you Mansukh bhai. Thank you. इन लोग को लेट हो रहा है. I think we should handle. Okay, okay. Mansukh bhai, okay. Oh my God, okay.
So requesting all the three speakers, I would request Nikhil Naik sir.
Thank you very much.
Sanjay sir, Nikhil sir, please, I request you, please join us on the dais. We would like to felicitate you.
मनसुख भाई, इंडस्ट्री के लिए हम सब काम कर रहे हैं. मैं इंडस्ट्री को ये बोलना चाह रहा हूँ, इंडस्ट्री में पैसा लाओ, दूसरे इंडस्ट्री से हमारे इंडस्ट्री में पैसा आना चाहिए. हम इंडस्ट्री की टांग ना खींचे, इससे अच्छा हम दूसरे इंडस्ट्री से हमारे इंडस्ट्री में पैसा लाए, वो हमारा मोटो होना चाहिए. एंड वी मेक दिस कंट्री अगेन सोने की चिड़िया. थैंक यू. या प्लीज निखिल भाई.
I also request if Sanjay sir is present here.
I think the other guest can come. Chetan bhai, please. All yours.
I feel Jagat sir is not present here. Jagat sir is here or not?
Yeah, Jagat bhai is left. I have his card. If anybody wants his card, I'm here only. I can't miss Chetan bhai's program, so I'm here only. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We are quickly starting up with the next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin in a few minutes. Please take your seats. The coffee is hot. Smell it. Ladies and gentlemen, grab yourselves a coffee and take your seats. It's time for coffee with Dr. Chetan Kumar Mehta. सामने जो है सामने जो है Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're starting in a couple of minutes. You have 2 minutes to grab a coffee. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are live on Coffee with Dr. Chetan Kumar Mehta. Grab that steaming cup and take your seats. Catch the live streaming on the Jewel Buzz YouTube channel. We are ready to take off. Coffee with Dr. Chetan Kumar Mehta. I request all our guests standing. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a seat. Yes, correct. Even I feel. मेरा phone. Start. To all our honored guests, I request you earnestly to take your seats. We wish to start the program in a couple of minutes. Friends, please be seated. Friends, grab your cup of coffee and be seated. Start. Let. Namaste. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Steve Fernandez from Jewel Buzz. It's my pleasure to welcome you to Coffee with Dr. Chetan Kumar Mehta. This is the brainchild of a man who's a force of nature, unstoppable. He wears many hats. The president of the Jewelers Association, Bengaluru, president of the Jewelry Division, iijjs, chairman and managing director, Lakshmi Diamonds, Bengaluru. The one and only Dr. Chetan Kumar Mehta. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. And in conversation with him, a special guest, they say diamonds are forever, but in this world of high stakes, it's the visionaries who endure. Our guest this evening is a man whose leadership and vision has driven one of the largest diamond organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, our pleasure to announce our guest, Mr. Russell Mehta, Managing Director, Rosie Blow India. Before we commence this, it's time to acknowledge our streaming partner, Jewel Buzz, and trophy partner, The Art of Jewelry. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Coffee with Dr. Chetan Kumar Mehta. The reason is, today we see everyone want to become big, but nobody knows becoming big. There is a lot of challenges, failures. You have gone through a lot of, bad times, good times, because in this world we always make sure that we get success, everyone loves us, but backside the success, we have a tough time. So when we hear out the tough times and how we have to come out, this inspires the younger generation. It inspires the jewelry fraternity that if you can dream something, you can achieve everything.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome Dr. Chetan Kumar Mehta.
Good evening, everyone. Happy evening. Hey, come on, let's have a happy evening. So, I think today is one of the finest day of my life, because I think when I was born 1987, before decades, this diamond business have taken place in our country. But a man who I'm inviting and I'm talking on this talk show, he's the encyclopedia, he's the university, he's everything to the diamond industry. Let's have a big round of applause. Such a humble. Before taking him into on talk show, I would request to a team to play a small AV so that you can all understand, that how humble he is and so loving to everyone. Come on, AV to just play a small AV.
I want to pay a special tribute to Russell on winning his Lifetime Achievement Award. This same award was won by his father, Arun Bhai, in 2007. And following the footsteps of a giant father, as all of you know, B. Arun Kumar was a pioneer in this industry, and still making your own mark is a daunting challenge. And as son of Dhirubhai, I know that very well, Russell. So really heartfelt congratulations for this achievement. We are all very proud of you.
Come on, a big round of applause for Russell Bhai.
I would request Russell Bhai to please join on stage. Come on, have a big round of applause for Russell Bhai. Yes. We are all ready? We are set or not? Yes or no? I think we all had I think GJPC had very great, restaurants and all. We had a great lunch. Let's have one big round of applause for Russell Bhai. Let's have, come on. Russell Bhai, first of all, I would like to thank you that, you have accepted our invitation. But I would heartily thank Dilip Bhai for getting this. Thank you, Dilip Bhai. A big round of applause for Dilip Bhai. I think when I met first time Russell Bhai, that was like dream come true because a lot of people want to become like you. A lot of people want to have a life like you. Everyone want to be a success like you. But when I met you, one thing I understood, being humble is the most important thing in the life, and we should have a gratitude and humbleness. And I think I can tell you he's the most humble human being on this earth. Big round of applause for Russell Bhai. Russell Bhai, I know you're a very shy personality and you don't usually come up, but today I think we are all happy. People were waiting from so many days to hear out what Russell Bhai wanted to speak, how Russell Bhai, life journey, decades in the diamonds, and he stands so ethically strong, very, very strong. The companies have come, companies have been closed, so many companies have come, but you have stood strongly, ethically. So Russell Bhai, we all want to know, how was your childhood? Because you're the managing director of Rosy Blue as of now. But how was your childhood like? Because we have heard about you, we spoke, even Mukesh Bhai told about you. So we can know the great personality you are. But are you were very mischievous, very shant like us? Or how were you, Russell Bhai? How was your childhood basically?
Right, first of all, I thank you for inviting me and giving me this opportunity, and I'm completely overwhelmed. I've never done anything like this in my life before. I'm quite an introvert person by nature. It's very difficult for me. So I want to put that disclaimer out that, it's a very overwhelming situation for me. And, I was just walking with Manisha right now, and she said, you don't talk to me. So I said, Manisha, I have to correct you. I don't talk to you on camera. I talk to you always. So, talking on camera, it's a very, very difficult situation. But I shall try, and I hope I don't disappoint everybody who has come to sort of listen to me. Most of it is very simple ideas and things like that. So, okay, be it as it may, and since we are here, I'm ready to answer anything you want as honestly as possible, which is always my nature. So to come to my childhood, I was pretty mischievous in my childhood. My mom had a very difficult time. She was called to school on a very regular basis for a scolding. So up until my 8th grade, things were, I was not perhaps focused or whatever it may be. I have no idea. But post my 8th grade, I think things shifted somewhere. Now, I don't know what made it shift, but I then became quite serious in my studies, most of the time topping the class, did my BCom, and got my, as they say, first class. There were about 140 students in about some 10,000 students. So, yeah, that has been a change of gear, as you can say, from my 8th grade. But otherwise, yeah, difficult
So
time.
today you agree you were very mischievous.
I was.
Okay. So what did transformed you? Because dad was a legend into diamonds, and so what transformed you? Because even when I see you, like you were a last bencher, or how was you're good at studies? How was you?
Look, as I said, till 8th grade I was all over the place. I don't know what shifted in me. Perhaps it's the school and it's the friends which I had. My dad was always busy working, and he did not, I mean, he was there. Most of the credit goes to my mom of looking after, because my father was busy building B. Arun Kumar and Company. So, he used to work 7 days a week. And that, I think, goes for everybody in that generation, at that point in time. So I think it's the friends you keep, and the school you go to, and the teachers you sort of meet who transform you.
Okay. So I think, Russell bhai, I think you have so deeper. You told you were very mischievous. All things happen. Something transformed. Dad was building very big company. Mom taken care. Those all things happen. Yeah. But when you start, what age you have entered your business, and what was the challenges those time? Because every 1 decade you see any challenges coming into the business. So when you started and came into business, what was the major challenges you faced, and at what age you have entered your dad business?
So my dad never pushed me to join the business. I have many friends from this trade who actually left college or right after school came to the office and started working. I worked through BCom and never attended the office. Post 1982, which is I completed my BCom, I went to GIA for 2 months to study, take the diamond course. Came back and joined the business. So, up until I graduated, I did not attend office at all. And there was no real compulsion that I have to attend this or do that. But I think in those days, there was never a choice or a question. You enter the business of your father. It is a family company. You join the business, you start learning. So you then go through sorting, you go through polishing diamonds, every single step of whatever it takes to do the diamond business, because the ground, the understanding of the real processes and stuff at the ground level is important before you actually can do anything meaningful. In terms of challenges, honestly, I think, it was really a golden period, I would say. So yeah, I can tell you one challenge that we had in that time of business was my father was quite ill. So when I joined the business, he had serious health challenges. And so in those days, we were working the way we were working. And then I was sort of sent to Japan, because that was really a big market in those days, to sort of sell diamonds. I had no clue of pricing. I had no clue of an idea of how to sell diamonds, but full credit to my team in Japan, my partner over there. They held my hand and we went from office to office. I stayed there for more than 10 days, 11, 15 days, I think, try and sell diamonds, because the principal salesperson, which was my father, was not available. And all the diamonds were shipped over there and we tried to sell. So till I think 85, he had his ups and downs in his health. And that's sort of allowed me to carry some amount of, shoulder the burden of selling. So that put me through that sales process. And then, of course, things were very easy. Japan had a bubble economy. We had, my father saw this quite early. So since 1978, he had a partnership going, and we had, a company in Japan, Tokyo, which is one of the earliest Indian company in Japan. So I had a fantastic time selling to all the Japanese clients. I could pick up Japanese. We had a great time. Great time till 1998 when the Asian crisis hit.
So after 1998, there was crisis started?
So 1998 was a year where there was Asian crisis. Thailand was a big consumer of diamonds in those days, and it completely collapsed. A lot of better quality diamonds were left with you, no place to sell them, and things like that. Prices came down. So, of course, in those days, De Beers was De Beers, and they had 85% of the market share, so they could sort of come and control the market to a degree. So all those things happened. So we didn't have a crisis like 2008-9 or what we are suffering today. But yes, those were difficult days in those days also. So you go through all those challenges, and then, that builds part of your character, part of your experience, to see that what has happened in the past can happen even worse in the future. So it's kind of an experience you live through, which allows you to sort of think through for the future.
Great, a big round of applause. I think this is the insights what we are looking for. Russell bhai, like, today generation, and there is a different big gap between the decades. Like, when we talk about 20, 30 years back, the youngsters' mindset, and today's the mindset is totally different. But as you have worked very closely with your father, what one thing you understood, like what is one thing you have taken from him and always you try to follow?
I think it's integrity, is honesty, I think, towards anything. So you put, whether it, and then he was exceedingly passionate about diamonds. I am not. When I spoke to him in the past, and, he was sorting till the last day he passed away. So he was genuinely passionate about diamonds. He used to tell me that I used to see diamonds in my dream, Russell.
Oh.
So that's how passionate he was.
He was very close to this, very passionately.
All of us are made very, very differently, but one thing you can sort of evaluate, you can take, is honesty towards everything. When he was working, he was honest towards his work. Whether he was a family man, he was honest towards his family. So in every single sort of facet of his life, if you have that integrity and honesty, that's one thing you can definitely take away.
Okay. So integrity and honesty is the most important thing. So Rasa bhai, today Rosy Blue is one of the very biggest company of our India. We are proud of that. And we have many countries' offices. Rosy Blue is dealing with a lot of sizing of diamonds. But Russell bhai, now, like, everyone goes through some challenges in their life. There is ups and downs. So do you want to share any of the incident where it was very tough for you, and how did you come back again? So do you remember any of the incident of your life where it was a very toughest time of yours and you have, came back again in a bigger way? Do you remember anything? Would you like to share something in that part, please?
Look, there are plenty of such times, but I can cite you two very easy ones which comes to my mind, which are very profound, and it has changed me, who I am. So one is my tryst with the government, because, and I'll be very frank and open, because that's who I am. So, there is a big sort of news, and everybody knows this, that there was leaks in HSBC Geneva. And, our family was named over there. So we had a raid because of that, and then the whole process of, trying to clear your name, which I did. It's all done and dusted now, but it took me a good 15 years and effort to sort of get there. And then the government is government, and they will chase you everywhere and anywhere. So how do you deal with the government? But, look, it made me learn a lot. A lot of discussions with the lawyers, tax consultants, and I'm happy that I went through that experience, so that I can really think in situations like this, where there's a tremendous amount of stress, and how do you deal with that stress? Because and then the other one was when I had to actually announce a VRS in the company, and you had to leave a lot of people who have worked for you. There is no fault of theirs. That, you really have to tell them, look them in their eyes and say, sorry, I can't, be with you. But you try to reduce the pain the best way you can. That's within your hands. So we announced VRS, which was really very generous. I had my employees come and thank me, actually, gave me flowers and chocolates. They were really wanting to go rather than stay back. So, but it was not easy for me. For a number of nights, I could not sleep, because I felt the burden of responsibility, that I'm responsible for them. and I'm letting them down.
You had that pain in your heart.
No, you feel that sense that you have let them down,
Yes, you let them down. I think a big round of applause being so open. Today, when we talk to anyone, they try to hide the things here and there. I think Russell Bhai have been very blunt in telling his bad time. But Russell Bhai, as you have gone through those process, you learned, you became more stronger. But what was the best moment of your life also? Because you cherished that also. What was your best moment also? Like, even what would you cherish that? Like, you felt, no, this, wow. There is one sequence in the life where you come and you feel, yeah, it was wow.
Look, every day, Chetan Bhai, is a fantastic day of my life. Honestly, I'm blessed. I feel blessed because, look, I'm really enjoying whatever I'm enjoying. So, I don't know if I have to cite one best moment
of your life. Like everyone guessed that, Russell Bhai. Like, there will be one best moment of your life where you were more happy, like you achieved something or something like which makes you being like you felt that this was my happy moment. Which would you like to share to the people? Because we have seen your side, other side. We want to see other side of yours.
Okay, the one moment which comes to my mind is, my brother-in-law was suffering for a while, and we managed to get pardon for him from Enforcement Directorate. And the day the letter got issued, I ran to my father. And he hugged me. That was the last time.
I think a big round of applause. I think, Russell Bhai, when I'm talking to you, I can feel the love, what you have, the feel, the pain, what you can have. I think we should have a big round of applause for Russell Bhai. I'm sorry, sir, I'm taking out this.
No, that's fine. No, that's fine. I'm perfectly all right.
But Russell Bhai, I think when I second time met with Dilip Bhai, I asked him, sir, what all I'm going to talk. He told, I'm very frank and blunt, Chetan. I don't have anything to hide in my life. I've been very open. And I can tell you today we have Sean sees all emotion phases, I see happiness. We see all together. Russell Bhai, and one more happy moment. This is like emotional. But one where you cherish that moment in your life. This was something very happy, I can understand. But one more moment where you remember that which cherished you, like which made you in a whole, so much big journey of your diamond industry. Any moment which made you happy and you felt very happy that day?
As I said, Chetan, there are plenty of happy moments in life to sort of pick one or not. And honestly, I'm happy every single day. So, whatever circumstances are there, I think good times and bad times don't last forever. So, that's as simple as it. Then you can say, oh, when my grandchild was born or when I got married.
That is
there's a standard for
okay,
everybody.
so Russell Bhai is very special. Can we have a big round of applause? Russell Bhai, in family-owned enterprises,
yes.
How do you balance emotional bonds with professional decision making? It's one of the toughest job when it comes to a family. How do you handle that? It happens. So how do you handle that? How do you make sure that things placed in a right way?
So the criticality for any business is that business has to survive long term, right? And that's a tough part. So I've spent some times with the family business consultants. I can cite Dr. Peter Leach, Tatwamasi Dikshit. There are quite a few of them. They have immense research and they've worked with a lot of families to understand how do you survive businesses beyond 3 generations. So the statistics they gave me that only 13% businesses survive 3 generations. 87% businesses fail within 3 generations. And there are plenty of examples across the world, from Japan to America, that every time a founder starts business and they do very well, the next generation looks after that business very well, and the third generation folds it up for whatever reason, because they are not hungry enough, ambitious enough. And being of the same genes does not make surety that he'll be the best person to look after the business, right? So you have to surround yourself with the best of the professionals, and that's what Rosy Blue sort of stands for. So you got to be true to the business. Businesses are done for a particular aim. to look after, legacy, to look after, and we have to make money, because at the end of the day, that drives everybody. The people who come and work for you, they are looking for a better life moving forward. So, and then that money has a purpose. In times you can do a charity with him, you can do what you want. But, important thing is that we need to focus that the business has to make money. And therefore, if you are focused towards that, and of course, make money with the right intentions, with being best compliant. I'm not saying that we should break the law to make money. And then you surround yourself with the best of the professionals. They are great. I allow everybody and anybody in my team to come and give me critical feedback. It's very open door. There are people who will say that, look, Russell, you are thinking like this is what you want to do, but I do believe that this is wrong. This is how it should be done. And this is what you should be doing. That's fine. And everybody should give their opinion, because we do not know all the angles.
Yes, all the aspects of the business. Right,
this.
correct.
And then, of course, sometimes there are situations where, some of the family members agree, disagree. How do you sort of tackle that? There are always, conversations around that and things like that. And then there comes a point in time, and, I'll cite one of my friend who has put it in the book of my father, that there is this Sahir Ludhianvi's sort of poem, that if you, what is it? That if at the end, you can't sort of, go or walk together or go together or something like that, तो एक खूबसूरत मोड़ पे उसको छेड़ देना चाहिए. That's the beauty of it. That finally, it's not important that whether we are all working together or not working together, as long as we are same brothers and as long as we are able to keep the relationship, and, that's more important. Everybody wants to do whatever they want to do, that's also fine. But importantly, the family ties should not be spoiled because of that.
Yeah, very good. Oh, very, very well spoken, Russell Bhai. Russell Bhai, I think your encyclopedia, there is a lot of things to learn from you. When I was speaking to a lot of the gentlemen over here, they told, we are seeing Russell Bhai from the childhood, we have seen him and we are growing up, we came to the diamond business, we are doing great. But I think more than 4 decades you are into business now.
Yes.
And we have seen a lot of ups and downs in diamonds also. And now also we are going through some crises and challenges. But how do you sustain? It's very difficult to be sustained in this business for a long time when you see challenges. So what 2 things, a sutra for all the people who are doing a diamond business, what they should take care of? Because Rosy Blee is having his own brand and it's sustaining globally very strong. But what 2 sutra you want to give everyone? If you follow these 2, you can have a great business. Maybe as though we have ups and downs in the life.
So I think, as I mentioned, business is, we become too emotional about our business, right? We get too attached to our business, and that's perhaps is a little bit of a fatal flaw, because then you don't take decisions which are very objective and which is true for the business. And that's where the objectivity that filter has to be there. That, while I love my business, I love my people, I do whatever I need to do, at the end of the day, if the purpose of making money is not served, then, how do you do? So money is, of course, a byproduct. If you run a business properly, you run a business for a certain goals, you run a business to serve something, to serve your customer, or to serve your staff, or to serve, certain goals, of course, money will be made. I'm not saying money is the only objective, but at the end of the day, unless and until, we are all coming together for a purpose. All my staff, us, the shareholders, everybody's coming together for
agreed.
a purpose. And that purpose needs to be served at the end of the day. That objectivity needs to be there in the mind. What worked in the past may not work in the future. We always live in the past thinking, this is how it used to run. This is this is how it will, things will change. And hope is not a good plan, as people say. So we need to sort of start thinking what what is changing, what environment is changing. Environment is given to everybody is the same, you know. There is, like in Mumbai, I stay in Mumbai and every day it's hot and humid and I continue to complain that it is hot and humid. I have to do two things. Either I need to learn to live with that hot and humid
Or I
climate.
have to leave the
Or
Mumbai.
I have to leave Mumbai, right? So similarly, if everybody keeps on saying, yeah, diamond business itna hai, kharab, ye hai, wo hai, ye problem hai, jewelry
Let's
mein ye
have a big
problem
round
hai,
of applause for
wo
Rishabh
complain
bhai.
kar se kuch hona nahi hai. You know, at the end of the day, you have to figure out a way to sort of persist in this. And there is always...
Very rightly said.
You know, there are genuine lessons I've learned. And, you know, we started a jewelry business back in Nakshatra days. WS said, oh, everybody has to do Nakshatra. So we started a business. Now, we did not do well. And then we started with somebody else I brought. And we started again a jewelry business. That also did not do well. For 3 times I tried selling to domestic India jewelry. We had failed. So the last time I hired somebody, I told him, look, I'm going to sell only natural, loose diamond. Don't come to me with the aspiration that I will get into jewelry because things are not working. But then, of course, we went into domestic jewelry. It is doing well. We built that business. So my realization is that no business is bad. It's the team which makes the business bad or good. So that's what we really have to focus on.
Very, very, very well said. Russell bhai, I think your understanding into business, your experience is so deep and we are getting a lot of inputs out of that. Today, Russell bhai, India dominates the diamond manufacturing. What should be India's next leap on the global front? Because you work with all the organizations. What do you see? Where is next India standing and what should
in
be
gems
the
and jewelry, you mean?
Yeah, in gems and jewelry.
Oh, that's a tough question, but I think we all have been talking about how do we sort of go the next step and do the jewelry. So, we are doing a large amount of jewelry business out of Siebes, but I think that's pretty small compared to, the entire world business. But it's tough because, designing, making for every region is very, very different. But I think India is on the trajectory to build more and more jewelry. That's absolutely the next frontier. It's not a next frontier, but that's where some people, all of us can even focus more and build more business. And that's a sticky part of the business. Look, loose diamond is very different. It's a commodity. So I'll be very honest and say that if I go to a client and I sell something at X price, and somebody else comes 1%, 2% cheaper, the customer will buy from him. He'll love me and he'll say, okay, I like you, Russell, but,
price is the matter for me.
In jewelry, there is a better stickiness because your designs, your SKUs.
You have a concept selling.
Yeah. So that's why so it's sticky, but it's hard.
Yes.
So, the harder the problem you solve, the better it gets for you.
Great. So now we have spoke about the diamonds and all, everything. Like, Russell, what about you read a lot of books. When we been to your office, me and Sumesh
I
and
wish I
Dilip bhai.
could read more, but no, not enough.
So when me, Sumesh bhai and Dilip bhai, we been to your office, we saw a big library of books.
That's also.
So we want to know, because now we saw all your tough time, we heard all your things, but what is you're passionate about reading or you love books, and what is your favorite books?
No, the books are all for self-improvement or, learning something about somebody else and things like that. I don't read fiction novels or I don't read stories or things like that, some murder mystery or something like that. I'd love to read about people who have done well or about markets or about, businesses and things like that. So that's my focus. So currently I'm reading about a book. I forgot, I just bought it and just going to start. It's about that how the investments have changed. So, we are all have been investing in equities, and how should you now change to commodities? and that's where the next investment should be. So that's what I'm reading. So it's all topical. It's all about,
Okay.
you know, what
But
I
Asal
would...
bhai, one of your favorite book which is you always admire, like which is like you have read many books, but any of one personality you admires anyone, like you feel this book was so good, like you've learned a lot of things. Do you remember anything?
I love what Morgan Housel writes. He's, you know, I would encourage everybody to read him. He's very simple. His English is very simple, but he talks a lot of common sense, which is not so common, you know. And you can pick up this book called Psychology of Money. Fantastic book by all standards. And then he has written Same as Ever, and so, you know, he keeps on writing blogs and things like that. So he's genuinely fantastic. You know, please read him.
Yeah. So, Rasal bhai, we heard like you have just named 2-3 books, and I'm sure we are all going to read, because if the Rasal bhai is read, there will be something, lot of things, insights, and we have to take all out of that. Rasal bhai, now the biggest challenge to our industry, and there is natural versus lab grown, and I know you're very blunt to talk, and you've always been very open. But just I want to know, what is your thought process, to be very frank? What is your thought process? And
so first of all, I think we should, you know, I'm sorry, but I'm correcting yourself. It's not natural versus lab grown. It's, you know, natural and lab grown.
natural and lab grown.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you have a choice, whichever business you want to do. You want to do natural, you want to do lab grown. You can do both. There will be markets for both. There is business of both. So as I said, no business is good or bad. It's the team and the people who sort of make that business good or bad. I think both will survive. Both will find its own place in this market.
But do you think because of lab-grown diamond or loose diamonds or natural diamonds have got
Yes,
disrupted? Is it so? We have got disrupted because of this?
Yeah, so in the short run, yes, that's the honest truth, because, you know, we have been, natural diamond has been cannibalized in our largest market, which is natural diamond market. But I think that's a short term, right? You know, because they just came on the market in 2018 when Lightbox was sort of unveiled by De Beers. And in last 6-7 years, you know, it has taken a fair amount of share from natural market. Whether that will remain or not remains to be seen, because, you know, economics in lab grown are very, very different than economics in natural diamond. The pipeline, the way it is stacked, that in the natural, you know, miners will make money, diamond polisher will make money, jewelry manufacturer will make money, retailer, distributor, everybody has a reason to make money. If you see in lab grown, the way actually the amount of diamonds which are being grown and which are being polished, and there is a study of a you know, fund manager in India. I can send it to you. It says that most of the profit pool in lab grown is sitting with the retailer, the person who's actually selling the lab grown diamond. So then the rest of the people will have to think through that, you know, what am I supposed to do? So both business, while the product is same, you know, or similar, the fact remains that the economics of their value chain are very, very different. And therefore, we cannot treat both the products exactly the same way. We have to sort of give that thought process on what I would like to do with that product, whether it is natural or whether it is lab grown. Choice is yours, or with both. You decide how you want to treat that product, how you want to sell it, where will you make the margins, because as I said, you really have to make money, otherwise what's the point of doing this, you know?
You're very rightly said. But what do you see the future of natural diamonds, Russell bhai? Because now
right.
you've been into, like, what do you see? Because everyone would hear out this. What is the future of natural diamonds you see?
So for every night there is a day, right? There is a sunrise. So we can't lose that hope. If I have to lose that hope, then I won't be around here, right?
So we are on hope.
No,
we are the best hope.
No. We have to remain optimistic, as I said. We have to do whatever is necessary to make our business sensible. right? So if you feel for a point in time, if you have to shrink your business, you have to right size the business, do it. But then, there will be a time and point in time when it will again grow back. So currently we are suffering because there has been just too many natural diamonds compared to the demand we have. Okay, post the best years we had in 2022, when there was no life experiences and we sold very well, the prices went up. Now it's the other way. But I do believe that time has come where most mines have become unviable. A lot of the junior mines are, not able to produce anymore. It's a negative cash flow for them. They have most of it will shut down or have shut down. And I think if this continues like this, at some point in time, some of the larger mines will have to also close. So there is, make no mistake, natural diamonds are not produced by us. It is produced by Mother Nature. So if you can't mine them for a sensible, sustainable price, you will not mine it. And therefore, there will be at some point in time, there will be scarcity about natural diamond. Now, what shape and form of that industry will be from a $90 billion, we have come down to whatever, $60 billion of natural diamond. And again, do we go back or not? Those are the questions. I don't have a crystal ball. But I can certainly say that the business will be there. We have to adapt ourselves to the new realities of that business.
Will we bounce back? As
what
your
is the
studies,
bounce back?
Like bouncing back, like what we have lost, the business in the past.
Yeah, we can't go back to $90 billion of natural diamond retail business. That's not going to come tomorrow or day after, or in a year's time or 2 years' time. That's gone. You need to now think of what is today, what can happen today, how do we grow from here. One thing I can certainly tell you, everybody wants to wear jewelry because everybody loves adornment, right? There will be some shape and form, whether it is natural diamond, whether it is lab-grown diamonds, whether it is ruby, sapphire, pearls. Women want to wear it, men want to gift it. So there will be some shape and form of a jewelry business. Now, whether we do everything diamonds, should we shift our business to something else? Should we get into color stones? Should we get into pearls? That's a choice every one of us has. So if you want to really grow, can you develop skills in some other areas of our business?
You need to take a call.
Look, yeah, as I said, at the end of the day, you have to right size your business in natural diamonds because, yes, China is not coming back. It was our second largest market. Every luxury business is suffering over there. It's not only us which are suffering. So China is not coming back. America has been, invaded by, we have lost some ground through lab-grown diamonds. So rather than sitting and crying, we need to introspect what should we be doing with our business? Where can we use the same skill set to sort of apply and sell?
A big round of applause for Russell Bhai. Russell Bhai, all-time favorite song, which you always like to hear, which is your all-time favorite song. You can't let go, because
no, honestly, there is
all-time favorite, one time your favorite song, all time.
There is no real.
Which is like you like.
No, I can tell you, I listen to most of the time the old Bollywood songs of
But
60s.
which is one all-time song. You can't be diplomatic everywhere.
No,
You
it's
can't.
not- I'm
You
not being-
you have to give me a clarity now. One song which you like always, like which is your all-time, very close to your heart.
It doesn't come to my mind, honestly, because there is not one favorite. If it was there, then it would have
No,
come.
Rafi Saab or whom you like to hear more.
They're all, Kishore Kumar is there, Rafi is there, all are there, Manna Day is there. All 1960s, 70s का पकड़ के रख लो.
बट एक ऐसा होता है ना, रसल भाई के दिल के करीब होता है कोई ना कोई एक बचपन से आप. सो एक गाना तो आपको हमें बताना तो पड़ेगा, आपका जो ऑल टाइम फेवरेट है. ये जो सब ऑडियंस इसी के जोरदार तालियां हो जाए पहले रसल भाई के लिए.
Let's come back to that because I can't recollect right now.
Okay, so I'll wait for that, no problem. रसल भाई, one movie, all time favorite.
Movie.
जो आपको अच्छी लगती है.
So I like, there are plenty. It's not one because it's impossible to pick one, but there are, everybody knows Sholay has been one of the greatest one. Anand has been one of the
Beautiful,
good ones.
yes.
Lagan, is a super one. Recently I loved Durandar.
Yeah.
which is
This is very
absolutely-
trending.
Yeah, this is absolutely brilliant. So, of course, there are plenty of good movies, which keep on coming, and but there are some who are really exceptional.
Yeah. So when you get Russell by free time, like how do you utilize it? Because I don't see you get more free time, because whenever me and Dilip bhai went also, you're always occupied with some con calls, meetings, family gathering, all is there. But when you get free time, how do you utilize? What do you like to do at that time?
So first, I have 6 grandkids.
Oh.
So they take some part of my time, 2 from each of my child.
Okay.
And sadly, 4 of them live abroad, 2 are here, but I don't get to see them as often. So whenever I get an opportunity, spend time with them, that's fabulous. Then I have different pursuits in my life, which one of them is, being Jain. So how do I pursue that, which is the betterment of my soul?
Okay.
We are enjoying what we are enjoying because of what we have done in the past.
Karma.
Yeah, and what do I do now for the future is important. So so that's what I spend my Sundays doing, whatever my activities. I love to go and walk with music. I don't need anybody's company. I like to be alone. That's yeah.
You like your company more.
I like my company. It's nice. It's nice living with me.
असल में खाने की बात होती है और गुजराती बोले मुझे खाना नहीं, तो आपका सबसे फेवरेट खाना क्या है? All time favorite.
Anything, and again, you will say that no, give me one, but
Okay, आप 3 बता दो, चलो.
नहीं,
3 बताओ आप.
No, importantly, anything which is vegetarian, I'm happy having it, And whether it is Asian, Japanese, you pick it, and Italian or our desi dal bhat, rotli, shaak, it's all good with me. It's good with me. Absolutely. Absolutely.
पूरा संगम है रसल भाई के पास, को हर चीज का जवाब है. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए रसल भाई के लिए. आई थिंक ये भी वेरी ब्लंट ओपन, जो भी बात है उनकी इज लाइक टॉकिंग फ्रॉम द हार्ट. थैंक यू रसल भाई, सो लविंग वी आर टॉकिंग टू यू एंड एवरीवन आर हियरिंग आउट. रसल भाई, वन एडवाइस, because very important to come from you, the younger generation who want to enter into a diamond gold jewelry business or gem and jewelry business. What advice would you like to give them?
I think the most important thing for anybody to do anything, forget diamond industry, is being passionate about it. Unless and until it doesn't come from the heart and you are just doing because the family wants you to do, or, I'll make more money here rather than somewhere else. I genuinely believe that you will not be successful unless and until you are passionate about that particular, vocation. I think that's the most important thing. Because every single day in the office, when you come, you are supposed to solve problems. And if you're not passionate, those problems will become too daunting for you. But if you are passionate, you'll get much more drive out of it in solving those problems. So, because it's hard. Business is hard. It's not easy. Every single day I enter, there is always something happening. And somebody will come up to you and say, look, this is going wrong, or that is going wrong, or that is going wrong. And, plenty of things can go wrong. But how do you then apply yourself to solve that? If you're not passionate about it, you will feel, you'll feel very tired. You will feel very unhappy. You'll feel, then you will not be able to.
I think this was something new to us, Russell Bhai. Usually we give advice, but I think we need to be passionate to do something. When we are passionate
then
about our
those
jewelry
problems will be not.
You can deal with it.
Yeah, you'll be able to tackle it. So that's it. And then be true to yourself. I think we need to walk the talk, right? So my 42 years of journey in the diamond industry, whatever people know me, it's based on what I have said to them and then what I have behaved in that manner or not. People are judging every single day. People are applying that what is he doing, what is he not doing, things like that. Now, if I say something and if I do something very, very different, then, everybody knows that, right, at the end of the day. And then whatever, you want to get things done or not done, or, it's important that people believe you. Trust you. Trust. Trust is the single biggest currency in this industry. If people don't trust you, you can't get anywhere. How do you create trust? Is by walking your talk every
Walking
single
your talk.
time. Otherwise, you
कतनी और करनी एक होनी चाहिए.
नहीं गलती करो, that's not a problem.
नहीं, कतनी और करनी.
Yeah.
बोलना जो
Exactly.
Actually, favorite sports? You like sports?
No, honestly, I don't have favorite sport, but I've been now roped into IPL after Akash has been pushing me to sort of come and see every Mumbai Indian game. So that's
So now I think you're slowly you're started loving cricket now.
Yeah.
There's no option.
So once in a while I watch IPL. Otherwise, I don't really have any favorite sport. But I love sports. I go and watch soccer or, any other sports. That's absolutely...
Great.
Because sports is by far the best reality show. We all look for reality show, but sports by far is the best reality show. There is a thrill every single second.
Every ball, every bat, there's a thrill.
Yeah, in
Yes,
football, in
exactly.
any sport.
Exactly. A big round of applause for Russell Bhai. I think we can have a very big round of applause. Come on.
It's okay.
Because they had a great coffee and we need all this. Russell Bhai, before we are closing the ceremony and taking Q&A, I'm coming to your most beautiful part of your life.
Yes.
Took more than 4 years to create a journey of beautiful of your dad's, a beautiful book. We would like to release this book here. Before that, we would like to play a AV. I think, thank you, Russell Bhai, you gave opportunity and Dilip Bhai to get it to play in this stage. The book was launched by Shri Sharad Pawar ji and Mukesh Ambani.
From the dusty lanes of Palanpur
Yes.
to the world's glittering diamond capitals. From humble beginnings to global standing. This is the story of a man of many facets.
Hero means diamond. Arun Bhai Mehta एक चमकतो हीरो था.
A gem of the rarest kind.
Arun Bhai Mehta remains today and forever a hero of the diamond industry.
Arun Bhai had a name that truly suited him. Many of our families say that when he was born, it was felt as if sun had risen in our house.
Mangalam Bhagavan Veero, Mangalam Gautama Prabhu, Mangalam Stuli Bhadradya, Jaino Dharmostu Mangalam.
He shared the same birthday as our mother. That bond reflected how closely their natures were aligned.
What struck me about Arun Bhai was not how large his business became. It was how quietly he carried success. In an industry where trust is the real currency, Arun Bhai's word was his bond. No noise, no drama, just consistency.
He was patient. Why? Because he was secure. તમે ધીરજવાન ત્યારે જ હોઈ શકો જ્યારે તમને તમારી આવડત પર આત્મવિશ્વાસ હોય, and that's what he was.
They mastered the art of diamond manufacturing and trading and grew from a modest factory in Gulalwadi to building a business that would grow into rosy blue.
डायमंड सेक्टर में अरुण भाई का कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन आप सब लोग जानते हैं. उनका कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन था जो कोई वजह आ गया और उन्होंने लिया और हजारों लोगों को एक काम देने का काम उन्होंने किया.
Papa, you live life by 4 simple yet profound principles that made everything so meaningful. Chalshe was your ability to stay calm when things were not perfect. Faushe, your belief to be optimistic in every situation. Gamshe, your open-mindedness and looking for the good in people and situations. Bhaushe, your ability to see meaning, not just appearances, cherishing relationships, values and moments. And you taught us to find meaning in simplicity.
Looking back, it does seem like his life was a perfect cut. Business and ethics, faith and family, work and play, all in a harmonious fit.
Among the many things he left behind was something extraordinary. Over 40 years of his own handwritten experiences chronicling his journey in diamond business.
With love, all of us, together with Mom, took that seed and his story and nurtured it into this book.
ત્યારે મને સમજાયું કે આ એક માત્ર એક વ્યક્તિની વાર્તા નથી, આ તો અનેક જીવનને સ્પર્શેલી યાત્રા છે. If Papa were here today, he would probably remind us that this book is not about what he achieved, but about what still remains to be done and how we choose to do it.
If we carry forward even a measure of his integrity and heart, his legacy will not simply be remembered, it will continue to shape our future.
Legacy is not something we inherit. It is something we are tested on every single day.
He knew that one day Arunji's name would be written in gold.
I look across the room today and I see 80 years of my grandfather's history. And I need to thank the team that took the effort to put it together. Chirantana Bhatt, Salil Bhai Tripathi ji for his editorial guidance. And lastly, Uttara Shah for a beautiful design of Hero. But of course, we can't forget my father, who has worked tirelessly for years and countless hours to pull this all together. To this team, you didn't just make a book, you captured a spirit. So finally, I want to thank each and every one of you for your time and attention this evening. It has meant so much to us to share these memories with you. Thank you.
From rough to radiant, from apprentice to icon, Arun Kumar Mehta was living proof that rarest of diamonds are indeed human.
Wow, a big round of a standing ovation to, the legend, hero. We would like to launch his book. I would request Sumesh, Vivek and Kirit Bhai and Dilip Bhai to please come on stage. As already we have launched this book, but this is for the industry, Industry people will get inspired. I would request Russell Bhai to please launch this book. Relaunch again for the industry. For the industry. The program continues. Please don't go away because I know everyone are standing. Just we have more 2-3 things. Russell bhai, I know you were very emotional when you were seeing the TV. Also, you got emotional, and like every kid is very attached to his father, mother. They give a birth, but I think you have a great relationship with your father, and think you have given so many things to this industry. I think he was very humble and loving personality. I just want you to say a few words about the dad. When you launched this book, there and now, what one thing was in your mind? Because I think people heard you, but industry people wanted to know what was the thought process to make this book.
So Dad had written about his 40 years of experience in this industry. I had that original handwritten Gujarati book with me. And then when I, after he passed away, this I knew. And after he passed away, I saw that there are more written books of things what he liked, certain statistics, certain ideas which he had liked. A lot of things were written, something which caught his eyes. And then, while we were grappling with that, a lot of people came to sort of see me one-to-one after he passed away to narrate certain stories about, what happened between them. I didn't even know, how he may have helped them or done whatever discussions or things like that. So then I realized that there is something here, and the book was pretty frank, so I couldn't print just the book. And then I got hold of Salil, who was my batchmate from school. He was busy at that time with another book he was writing called Gujaratis. And therefore, he pointed me to Chirantana Bhatt. And she took 150 odd or more interviews, wrote all the stories, whoever can give her the stories. And we overlaid everything together, his own handwritings, the stories, whatever, our recollections and things like that, and made it into a book, I think, to capture that, his thoughts, his ideas, and, who he was and how he used to think and, what he used to think. Importantly, because of the time we are going through right now, and, business is tough. Several times in the past, my dad was asked on many forums about whenever there was a tough time, which was, let's say, 98, 2001, 2, or maybe the last crisis. And Rajabhai, Ashish Bhai has been saying this in his interview, that people used to go to him and, he used to sort of try and see as an industry, how do we solve the problems? Argyle wanted to sell a lot of rough. So there has been issues, and he has been sort of forefront of discussing this. So recently, everybody has been asking me that if Arun Bhai was here, how would he have tackled this, or what would he have said, and things like that. So that's the very reason that if you capture his learnings, his experience, and things like that, maybe it will help people, the next generation, to sort of understand that how do you grapple with a problem and sort of solve the problem, right? So that's the idea, that the future generation should, hopefully gain something from here on how he lived his life, how he used to think, and things like that. So it's a very small thing, and
Great.
Of course, I wanted to do whatever I wanted to do as a son also. So
No, Russell bhai, you've been so humble. Everything is so easy, and you take it very lightly. I'm very happy for that. But if anybody want to buy this book, or is there or anything away, or any industry people, what is the source to
So
get
sadly, the book I don't want to sell, and I don't want to raise money out of the book. It's not the
that book?
intention.
No, more than that.
So
if anybody want to take,
if anybody wants to, get the book, feel free to email me on mumbai@rosieblue.com.
Yes,
It's very
great.
simple. Please give your name and what you do and things like that, and I'll be more than happy to share the
big
book.
round of applause. This is the gratitude, what you have for the industry. And last two questions we'll take, because Russell bhai have some other program and you have to leave for one of the inauguration. We'll take two questions from any of the audience, and then we'll have a felicitation ceremony and we'll wrap up. So anybody want to have a question, please, you can raise your hand. Rahul bhai, can you pass a mic to Rahul bhai, please? One mic. Only two questions.
It's been an honor, sir, to asking question.
Thank you.
અરુણભાઈ સાચે જ હીરો છે, અને અમારા જેવા ઘણા બધા યંગસ્ટર અને not
If you
youngster
can
and
Hindi, Rahul bhai, everyone can understand.
So
if you don't mind,
Arunbhai
please.
is a hero, is a diamond, and it's really a mentor for me. Personally, I have met many a time for whenever I am stuck in my business or so. And I want to ask Russell bhai this question, that how difficult it is, to step your feet in his shoes. How difficult it was.
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
How difficult it was
Yes.
to step your feet in his shoes.
To fit it.
Yeah.
It's impossible, right? It's so I've written in
when,
the
when you started your business that time, the people will always compare father?
Yeah,
and son?
it's as I said. You must have listened that legacy is something you don't inherit. You will get tested every single day of your life, because everybody knows who Arun Bhai was, and then therefore my job will become much more critical and difficult to sort of live up to that expectation and sort of build more on that. So I am conscious of the responsibility which is there on us. And regarding, and also in the book, in the last afterword, I've written one page, and I've written this that, his shoes are too big for me,
Very true.
but I wear them for my comfort.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Very good. Very, very, very well said, Russell Bhai. I know you're so emotional, you're touched, and thank you so much. I think so much we have learned today. Yes, our last question. Can you just pass on the mic there?
રસલભાઈ ડાયમંડ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીની અંદર અરુણભાઈને ચાણક્યનું બિરુદ મળ્યું હતું એનું શું કારણ?
Russell Bhai, you have to answer it now.
So, look, it's, obviously, I think he was gifted in that sense that he could look at a problem dispassionately and therefore come to some sort of a solution to it. And a lot of the people in the interview has said that whenever they used to approach my father with any question, any problem or any issue they were facing, my father never gave any solution. I think he always asked many different questions so that that person can himself understand what he needs to do. He owns the solution, not my father, because you cannot advise somebody to do certain things and you have not lived his life. But perhaps it is better to ask sensible, important questions which allows him or her to introspect and come to some sort of a solution. So that was him. And I think otherwise also, probably he had a very simplistic mind in order to sort of understand the problem very objectively and sort of look for the solution. I don't think so he ever got overwhelmed with emotion that, oh my God, this is a daunting problem and how can I sort of get out of this or something like that. I think he always thought that, something will get through, it get resolved, and he had a fantastic clarity of mind. So, whenever he used to take decision, then of course it, was absolutely objective, and he would do it.
Thank you. Last question, Sumesh Bhai, as we are...
I know it's very short of time.
Yes, very short of time.
Absolute delight, Russell Bhai, to hear you.
Thank you.
Two questions, two short questions. One is this name, Rosy Blue, looks more of an international. How does the Rosy Blue, what does it mean? One. Secondly, that recently the media reports of Rosy Blue getting into a Japanese joint venture and a big retail. So what is in your hat,
It's from media,
something
so Sumesh is having
big
all the
coming
news.
up in the retail business? Could you share some thoughts? Thank you.
Okay, just quickly on the name Rosy Blue, again, it's there in the book because we were B. Arun Kumar and Company for the longest period of time. That's how the company started. B is for Bhanu Chandra Bansali, my father's mama, and Arun Kumar is Arun Kumar. They both started together. Then my younger uncle Dilip Bhai, he went to Antwerp. My father told him to sort of go and start business over there. In the old days, we used to have a telegraphic address, because there were no telex, there were no faxes, there was no emails and things like that. People used to send telegrams if you want an express way of sending a message. And in telegram, you used to count the number of letters in order to pay for the telegram. So everybody used to have a short address for their company. And Rosy Blue was the short address for B. Arun Kumar and Company. It came from two distinct and important diamonds, which is pink and blue. They are the most expensive diamonds. And that's how it was Rosy Blue as a telegraphic address of B. Arun Kumar. When my uncle went to Antwerp, he liked this name. So he took that name and sort of registered the company as Rosy Blue. we changed our name here in India as Blue Rose for the telegraphic address. So that's the short history. And then in year 2000, we thought that, Rosy Blue is far more international, it's easier, it can be memorized well. So rather than B.R. Kumar, I still have B.R. Kumar and Company, don't get me wrong. The company still exists and we still do business out of it. But internationally, everywhere, for diamond business, we said, let's keep Rosy Blue as a name. So that's the short history. And regarding this new venture, Queen, so it's two young entrepreneurs. They have founded this company. We like them. We want to support them in any manner we can. We don't know much about retail business. So it's for them to sort of run this business. They have a very differentiated offer, which is not typical jewelry shop. They want to build something very different. We like it. Kashika liked it. So both of us are in the supply chain management. We want to support them through the merchandise, the goods, whatever we can produce. It's not diamond-centric. It will be all about naturalness, whether it is gold, diamond, colored stone, pearls, whatever it is. It will be all natural material. But our role is just to support them with supply chain. They will run the business. It is their business.
Thank you, Russell Bhai. A big round of applause for Russell Bhai. Russell Bhai, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
We have Hivra Javra to just unveil their cover page with you. Then we have a felicitation ceremony and we wrap up. Before that, let's have one big round of, very, very big round of applause for Russell Bhai.
Thank you.
Russell Bhai, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
You were so blunt. You were so quick to the point. We really loved and such a great conversation.
Thank you.
And it was very honored to have you here.
No,
Likewise. Dynamic personality.
No, likewise. I am honored to be here and
thank you.
Truly appreciate calling me and sort of hearing me out and my thoughts.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Rinaji, we do a felicitation. I would request Kirit Bhai, Dilip Bhai, Vivek and Sumesh Bhai to please, and Sonak Bhai, our Vice Chairman, to please join on stage for a felicitation ceremony. So this is one felicitation what we do. South Indian, we born in South India, so it's our custom, sir.
Hello. I would now request Chetan Mehta to felicitate Russell Mehta. I request Chetan Mehta to felicitate Russell Mehta with a small token of love.